that's where I'd like us to kind of start off. I do want to fast track you a little bit, unless you've got anything specific that you're doing on March after getting yourselves prepared to leave. I'm not going to go day by day.
Um, I mean, yeah, as just like with Nemo, and dude is perfectly happy to lay low as long as Colleen doesn't disappear as a blip on the readout.
Okay. Uh, and Nick, you said that you weren't necessarily planning on having Colleen do anything during these last few days. Colleen gets her shuttle and cargo situation sorted out to where um, you guys can effectively be off the ground as long as you've got approval from air control in half an hour.
Mhm.
Now, whether you want to do that from House LaRue or House Charon, I leave up to you. All right. House Charon then.
I say I've got no preference. We're
It,
in uh LaRue still, right?
no, you're in Charon still.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Nick, if you're saying anything, I can't hear you.
No, I haven't reset anything.
Okay.
Checking mental inventory.
All right.
But no, Colleen is not doing much apart from the things that were sent to you.
Yep. Got it.
So at some point, the rest of them is informed that she's blasting off. And they can come along or not.
Does she inform them that she has this shuttle ready to go?
Once it's basically loaded and everything, shuttle is ready. She's gonna go into orbit to check for signals,
Okay.
see how the sky is.
Okay, so you're actually planning to go into orbit before the ship gets back.
That's why I said camping trip.
Okay.
So you wanted, so you want to. I don't remember you getting a shuttle big enough to sleep in when you were getting
Eh,
when.
you can sleep in pretty much any shuttle. It's just not comfortable. It's like
Oh,
sleeping in your
yeah.
car.
Hmm. But I mean, if it's not big enough and it takes more than a couple of days to, like, where are we going to put food? Do we just keep landing every day?
I would say that food is one of the more portable things.
Hmm.
I mean,
PB and J's.
if people can go camping, like literally camping, planet
Oh
side,
yeah.
for a week at a time, you guys can go up in a shuttle for a week.
I mean, Korea's not really making a case for that they should come along. It's more like you can.
Well, what's her intent if we don't come along? Does she just feel like being on a shuttle instead of on the ground?
First of all, she can find out if the mandate is still up there. Second of all, she will detect any incoming signals that the captain might send way before, and even better, she could send signals way before anybody else.
Wouldn't that depend on the quality of the shuttle she's getting? I mean, if it's just a basic, you know, the essentially a puddle hopper, I don't know that she would get that much more warning than being on the ground, depending on what she could tap into.
Exactly. She knows sensors and signals.
And actually, yeah, she would get more warning than on the ground, being in orbit. on the ground, you guys don't have the kind of equipment that can actually detect things coming into the planetary region. In orbit, you've got less interference from the atmosphere, and you've got instrumentation that is, pretty much designed for detecting things so that you don't. Well, so you can navigate.
Well, yeah, that's why I was saying that wouldn't that depend on the quality of the shuttle? I mean, if it's just a puddle jumper, it wouldn't have sensors.
It technically would depend on the quality, but yeah, you could get something that is so decrepit or kind of just stripped out that it doesn't have anything more than enough to fly into orbit, avoid a few satellites, and come back down. But I'm kind of going on the assumption that Colleen is going for the more expensive type of shuttle. I gave her a range of 3,000 to 7,000 per day. And so you're wanting kind of standard shuttle with all the equipment intact, including life support, which, funny enough, a shuttle, the base model, can have a crew of 10. So I take it back. Some people can sleep comfortably, and what the crew number means is that particular ship can sustain that amount of crew for 2 months.
Gotcha.
So
it's a camper van.
Yeah, pretty much. Now, I'm also going to assume that Colleen is getting something slightly smaller, maybe with a max crew of 4.
Yeah, but still basically capable of system-wide flight.
Yeah, and if you want...
Basic model, but not decrepit.
Yeah.
It's not insane.
In fact, I would also say that if you're renting this and you're taking it without an aptitude card proving that you can fly and that you're registered and all that, Colin wasn't even able to get anything with a spike drive. In system flight only.
I mean,
is that okay with her?
But it was. Yeah, I guess.
If she wants,
seems like that would be a lot more expensive than a hotel.
Oh, it is. I'm not charging you for the hotel.
Yeah.
Yeah, they Colleen does not have enough credentials or verifiable anything to be able to get there we go. To be able to get something that is capable of leaving the system.
Well, that's why she was going to find the shady person that rents out there for that sort of caper.
Okay. Well, I'll let that play in. Is she willing to put down a sizable down payment? Or not down payment, but collateral.
It depends on how much the collateral is.
Let's see. The cheapest ship is still 200,000.
She could put her thing down.
No, she wants that in the shuttle.
Well, I know. I'm just saying it would make great collateral.
Yeah, chances are she's gonna sell the both of you first.
Yeah, that'd be a neat trick.
Chances are she's gonna what?
Sell the both of us. He's threatening to sell us into slavery.
Well, Nemo is an android. They're worth a bit.
Yep.
Dude, not so much. He's a felon.
I'm sure there's a bounty on his head.
Oh yeah, there is. That's true. That reminds me, I should actually get around to putting a number on that.
If that were to happen,
I was gonna say, be a little pointless
Cap's
for Colleen
wrath.
to get back on the ship.
The wrath of Cap would be, yeah. That might actually earn her getting jettisoned through an airlock.
It was so terrible. Nemo suddenly turned on us. He gave away my position. I barely made it off the planet. I don't know what happened to the others.
Mm-hmm. I think Colleen would need to be a better liar for that.
Yeah.
She would.
He has that
Much.
authentic communication message.
Yeah, I don't think that would work.
It would seem a little counterproductive to betray part of the crew that she's trying to protect.
Fun fact, you should see what the cat is doing.
What? Why does that matter?
It's
Weird non sequitur.
it's a non sequitur aside that has no meaning. the Nick is trying to relate to the cat is attacking its owner, or the hand that feeds it.
No.
That's what I got out of it.
Cat is being hilarious, but it needs to be seen.
Oh.
Ah,
Is
That
he
does
shaking
us no
his
good.
own tail again?
No. He opened up your drawer and threw everything out.
Again?
No, this time he threw everything out.
For fuck's sake.
All right. Back to Colleen. So let's go ahead and make this based
Holy
on
mother of God.
a trade roll. um. Hmm.
What was the last part?
I'm gonna have you do a charisma trade roll, and we'll let you set the difficulty. If you want to go as high as a difficulty 10, you can get the shuttle for a collateral payment in credits of 20,000. At 8 is 40, and at 6 is 60. If you don't make the DC, this is a pass-fail.
And now he's climbing into the drawer.
What
Well, that
happens if I fail?
If you fail, you just don't get the that shuttle. You would have to settle for a shuttle without a spike drive, or spend another week trying to find someone who will rent one out.
What were the prices again?
DC 10 for 20,000 in collateral, DC 8 for 40,000, and DC 6 for 60,000.
Yeah, let's go for 10. Not made out of money for some reason.
Okay. It has been a new scene. Oh, that headache is killing you.
yep.
Do you want to try rerolling that?
Oh yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
There we go.
Okay. That gets her a shuttle, seats 4, has appropriate sensors, and has a spike drive for 20,000 down. It is still 5,000 a day.
That's fine.
As long as the shuttle comes back, then the 20,000 down will go towards the daily rental. And the salesman makes all kinds of implicit threats about if the shuttle does not come back, then not only is the 20,000 lost, but authorities and non-authorities will be alerted.
Don't suppose he even feels remotely bad threatening a poor young girl?
Um, nope, that actually seems to make it easier for him.
Good to know.
Alright, so Colleen has her shuttle. That's settled. She's loading and going up in that immediately, right?
Pretty much.
Okay. How are the other two going? Are the other two going?
Yeah, I mean, dude's fine with this being a in orbit camping trip.
Seems like a waste of money, but Nemo doesn't care.
Ben makes a very good point.
Yeah.
So let's see what's a comparable. Well, Grav Harness is 5,000, and I'll be damned if I think a vending machine is less valuable than a Grav Harness. There we go. Alright, so Colleen, Dude, and Nemo go up on the expensive camping trip.
That depends. Are they buying tickets for the camping trip?
No, absolutely not.
That is a discussion you guys will have to have. The cost is for the shuttle. There's no additional cost for additional passengers.
If they want to hang out, they can chip in.
Oh, well, in that case, Nemo might as well wait on the ground. It's more interesting that way. More interesting down there anyway. Dude can manage the babysitting on his own.
Well, what does she expect to get chipped in? She's the one that wants the shuttle.
Yeah, to transport shit.
Mm-hmm.
Right, to find out what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
No. Nemo will stay on the ground. The hotel works just fine, and there are more interesting people to observe there anyway.
And also, she still doesn't have that much money. Did she get Zoe to give her more money?
You haven't given her any money, which is why she's asking for money.
For the shuttle.
If they want to come along, then yes, she would ask. Yes, asking them to chip in.
Well, no, I mean, where's she getting the money if they don't come along?
Colleen has made tons of money. That's why she told Dude she had 60,000. And those were just the leftovers.
Don't remember how she was making that.
Someone tried to start a planetary revolution. And Colleen at least got paid up front at a fraction of what she could have gotten.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right. She wasn't putting her part into party treasure.
Nope.
Whereas Dude has been doing nothing but party treasure. Although he hasn't been trying to make any money himself anyway.
Well, all the trading operations also done by Colleen, all of that went into the party treasure.
Well, I'm sure Cap would keep an eye on that.
So back to the decision: does dude go in the shuttle or not? He does have the 40,000 that was
Oh, yeah.
left to him with Cap.
Well, and this, if I remember correctly, this isn't just a security deposit. This isn't coming back when we just give the shuttle back, right?
Well, what Colleen ended up negotiating was for 20,000 down / collateral and 5,000 a day. If you're only up there for a day, then she'll get 15,000 back. But
Right.
that doesn't really have too much bearing on what Dude negotiates with Colleen, because he doesn't actually know what her arrangements were.
No. What is Colleen expecting out of Dude as far as
5,000.
monetary? Just flat?
Yep.
Not per day.
Not per day.
Yeah, Dude will still prefer to keep an eye on her. As long as he's up there, she can't fly away without at least half of the party. So, yeah. He just chucks in 5,000 of the what he's sitting on. Realistically, it's not his money anyway.
All the money is Cap's money.
All right. That is on or around the 17th. Let's go over to Cap.
Oakley dokley.
All right, Cap was at Arabiolis. Arrived at Ingibio and helped start a revolution.
Yep.
And then left Ingibio. Reached the edge of the system on the 19th, and let's see. Let me double check here real quick. So, Colleen's rental will start on the 18th.
I think we were sitting at the edge of the system.
You said for 2 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, she tried to figure out whether or not she wanted to space her pilot. I'm kidding. I am kidding.
Yeah, at this point, I think she'd probably have to take send Tuvan with him.
Yeah, she's not that evil yet.
Well, 2 days later is the 21st, and
all right, start heading towards back to March.
okay.
Have we heard any more communication from the planet?
At the edge of the system now. Remember, it takes quite a long time for communications to reach that far out.
Yeah, I figured a couple of days would possibly give us.
Um, it wouldn't in a normal. But then again, you also made it there in like a couple hours, so the space thing is weird. Okay, that's fair enough. You did receive a note with, well, a video note with gratitude and acknowledgement that the transition was successful. The previous city guard for each city have just kind of been either left or been reseated into other professions.
Wow. Pretty smooth transition then from one government to the other.
Well, it's more kind of just from one governor to another. There may be some changes coming down the way, but I mean, as far as the people are concerned, it doesn't mean shit. And the sheer overwhelming numbers of combat capable Shinobu versus the few thousand city guard in each city, they made the survival choice.
Good call.
That is not to say it will always be safe, but and
right.
That's included in the messages that they're under no illusion that this is a lasting peace.
Yes, but now they have the right to defend their home.
Mm-hmm.
So to speak.
And that's basically the not symbolism, the concept that they were striving to give themselves so that they could give themselves the right, the honorable right, to attack anybody that tried to take what is, according to them, theirs.
Yeah.
So Cap drills out from Arabiolas and heads to March.
Yep.
All right. It is 2 hexes. You've got a drive 1 with Hugo being a very good starfarer, brings you up to a drive 2, and I assume that he's going to trim the course as well, bringing you up to a drive 3.
Yes.
So this would normally take you 4 days. He also reduces that by half, down to 2.
Hence why he has not been spaced. That and Cap doesn't want to upset the kid.
Of course. And who knows how wonderful this slushy machine may end up being.
Sigh of consternation.
Well, it sounds like there's going to be burritos in it too.
Burritos?
Boritos.
Boritos.
They're like Doritos, but they're burritos. Small burritos.
Oh, like that crap you get from what's it called?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The little things you get at the gas station.
The 7-Eleven.
Yes.
The taquitos.
Yes, taquitos.
Yeah, no, more like those combos that are pretzel and then some kind of like pizza or some other filling inside.
So like school lunch size burritos.
And except instead of it being pretzel outside layer, it's a Dorito chip outside layer.
Are they at least heated?
God.
No, they're like combos.
They're like
geez.
combos.
Dorito combos.
Yeah. You know what I'm referring to, right, Matt? The little pizza
Yeah.
pretzel
So
things.
combos instead of out of pretzels, but out of like
Doritos.
tortilla chips.
Yeah, that's now a thing in this world. That is a thing.
Is it bad that I'm like, that actually sounds really good?
I know, right?
Yeah, it does. It sounds really good. God. Okay. I could be down for that. Sounds weird, but it also sounds really good.
Well, this is a net win for me. I don't like pretzels, but I like combos. So you put something else where the pretzels are, and it's all good. All right, the spike drill takes you to the 23rd, and we're getting close to the point where I think Ben should be joining us. You arrive at the edge of the system in March. Your ship sensors do not detect
The mandate?
the mandate. In fact, there are no patrol ships or anything monitoring this section of space.
That's good.
You start heading your way into towards the planet.
Yep.
All right. Now, a couple quick questions. I believe you guys last were the Mistral, and are you staying the Mistral?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's it could be good and bad. Either way, I mean, we did run from the mandate as that ship, but that ship has already gotten clearance before, so new ship would mean new questions and whatnot. That, and we want to be easily recognized by the people that we want to recognize us, which are namely the people on the planet. So yeah, go keep it with the Mistral for now.
All right. Let's see. If Hugo is normally a 48-hour transition, he can. Well, again, he raised the spike drill or spike drive, and can trim the course. Gets him up to a 3. So transition takes 16 hours.
Okay.
For the sake of easy timekeeping, I'm going to bring that up to the 24th. It also costs Colleen one more day. This is 6 days of rental so far.
Well, in all fairness, things happened on the 17th.
Actually, 7 days of rental so far. Sorry, I can't count. Things happened on the 17th? What do you mean?
Well, first of all, she was going to check to see if the mandate is still there.
She didn't actually get out into space until the 18th. Or into orbit until the 18th.
Well, I guess in that case, things happen on the 18th.
Yes, things did happen at the 18th. And when she gets out into orbit, she does not detect the Derringer among the various ships in orbit.
Well, excellent. I mean, what other ships are there? So she's gonna.
There are a lot of ships in orbit, or in the region, even if they're kind of trailing around outside of far orbit. Some of them might even just be orbiting the sun, along with the planet.
Well, she starts cataloging, but the other thing that happens is she changes the shuttle transponder.
Okay.
By changing it ideally to off.
I hadn't written anything for off. I think it's because mentally I decided it couldn't just be turned off.
I was gonna say that would go against the point of the transponder.
It does.
Like you put in a lot of stuff into your system to prevent that kind of abuse.
I mean, theoretically, a transponder goes off when the ship is completely powered down.
I mean, well, that makes sense because all the systems are off.
Yeah.
But yes, she's trying to find a way to basically send no ID code.
Okay.
And this ship does not say hello to anybody.
I wonder what the person who's renting out the shuttle to you would think when their shuttle disappears off the transponder list.
That it's perfectly normal once the ship goes into deep space.
But it hasn't gone into deep space. It's in orbit around.
Well, she'd set the course and then dive into the cloud.
Ah, that's different.
That's completely stupid.
She'll have to make a check for that. I think. That's something I'll have to bring up. Where were my system features?
Which one is it?
It's a Ponce Turner Cloud. Yeah, there is a check for it. It is only DC 6. Yeah. So she succeeds. Actually, she can actually fail that at this point. Yeah, go ahead and roll. I think she can only barely fail it at this point. Yeah, nope, that's going to be a success. Yep, a pair of ones would have failed.
But yes, for all intents and purposes, she basically sets the course like a noble shuttle that would head out to the edge of the system, and thus passes through the cloud, and that's the last anyone ever heard of the shuttle.
Does this... That, I mean, if I was on space traffic control, that would freak me out. feel like
it does
alerts would go
trigger
off.
some alerts, and Colleen knows it. It'll trigger some alerts because going dark like that, or going into the cloud, does not automatically make you dark. Obviously, you have to adjust your outputs and things to let the cloud noise them. So that is going to alert things.
I was gonna say, I feel like it would be easier to stay under the radar by not doing anything other than just being a ship.
I guess I would have loved things and she would do it. Just never happened before.
You haven't gone from planet surface into hiding before. You've gone from outside into hiding. Um,
Well, I guess in that case she just prepares for going dark. Otherwise stays up there, just scans and measures.
okay.
Just hangs out in the cloud to kind of take inventory of who's hiding in the freaking cloud.
Okay.
Not that the mandate learned a thing or two.
And there almost certainly are people hiding in the cloud. Yeah. I think more of a concern would be that the ship handler would take issue with it, and may alert some authorities. It's definitely a gray area of does space control really care if a shuttle has gone dark or if a shuttle is hiding out in the cloud. It's a risk, but it's a risk that you can take if you want to.
It would be nice just to see that conversation. So I let someone illegally fly my ship?
Well, is Colin going to take that risk?
At least not for the time being.
Okay.
So I'm cataloging the cloud to make sure nothing nasty is hanging out there.
Okay.
And then she probably sends a message every now and then to Zoe just to say hi.
All right. You two carry on a little bit of a text conversation. You're close enough that
Like
you can actually.
Every 12 hours. Look up, I can see you.
I can see your house from here.
You're close enough that you could actually have a voice conversation or a video conversation.
I mean, if you wanted to. Otherwise, we're doing fine by text. That, and she can send text while not having her guards nearby who can listen to everything she says.
Mm-hmm. She does actually initiate a video conversation. It starts off with, have you learned anything? Do you have any new information? Can I get my memories back? And then she chatters on for a little bit, as long as Colleen allows.
Then basically tells her.
Okay.
Well, nothing new on the memory front. Awaiting pick up by my ship, making sure that everything is fine. Curtis looking down upon you from above, watching over everything. I'll keep you updated the second there's something new.
Okay.
Oh,
And is
your
Colleen
dad taking the big expense?
And is Colleen working on her other project this entire time?
Yep.
Alright, 7 days towards that. 6 days because Cap arrives on the 7th. All right. Colleen detects the Mistral. It's a couple hours out still, but it will soon enter the planet Lamiera region of space.
Well, with the time that has passed, it is fair to say the Galactic Mandate is not hiding in the cloud.
You actually wanted to be searched in the cloud, didn't you?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. At the expense of, or to expense, yeah, at the expense of her work on her project. Because searching the cloud isn't something that you just run an algorithm and check it every now and then. You're actually watching the data.
Well, she's good at it.
Okay, so she'll do that instead of the project.
Well, combination of both.
I'm gonna say, sounds like you can't do
I
both.
think it sounds like an either or.
Yeah, you could do one for 8 hours and another for 8 hours. It would effectively work out to doing both at the same time for 16 hours.
Yeah, I mean, she can only check every 8 hours.
The check is only rolled every 8 hours. She's actually watching for the full 8 hours.
Yeah, she'd split it.
Okay. Realistically, she can split her attention. There's nothing saying that she has to do this like in character in 8-hour blocks. But just so you know, it is going to.
You wouldn't split it basically as in 8 hours this, 8 hours that. It's basically scan the cloud till mandate is not in there. At that point, there's no point in watching the cloud.
It's not that simple. This is watching the data to try and find sign of the mandate in the cloud. It's not going to be, okay, I've scanned this block of the cloud and they're not there. It's, I'm scanning all the signal that I can detect here, all that's within range, and I may see that blip this hour, or I may see that blip in 3 hours, or I might see it in 8 hours.
Hello.
Yeah.
Alright.
Hey there, Ben. So it's unfortunately it's not something that you can just survey the data at hand and assume that that's the only data for 2 hours. Or for this.
Oh no, I
this
didn't
section.
think it would just take 2 hours. I figured it would take like a day or two.
Okay, so she's not trying to travel around the ring. She's just looking for this. It still isn't as. I mean, it really isn't. It isn't.
It isn't as simple as she wants it to be.
Yeah. It is not. However, go ahead and roll. Tell me how much time she's. How many of these days? She's got 6 days. How many is she spending on keeping track of hidden ships in the cloud? And how many days is she keeping track of, or spending on her project?
At least 2 full days of just analyzing the data.
Okay.
And then if it just still looks sketchy, she would throw in the third, and then she'd move over to her little project.
Go ahead and roll the check. This shouldn't be too difficult for you. And during her first block, she doesn't see anything that looks like hidden ship data. It's all cloud noise.
That's fine. It's like the headache.
It is very much like the headache. The coherent thoughts are hidden and obscured by something. I'll go ahead and have you roll one more just to see how she fares. A universal modifier box would be nice, so you wouldn't have to keep checking it. As she's getting more familiar with the cloud's readings, she's starting to find a ship here and there that's hidden themselves away. She didn't see them before. And again, the success doesn't just get her all the ships at once. She sees a ship, and then an hour and a half later, there's another signal that, hey, wait, that's a ship. She filters it out, and she finds that there's another ship. All in all, she ends up pulling 3 ships out of the data, and is just over the course of her review, none of them are the Derringer.
Well, that is good. So she would come. Are those ships sending ident codes?
While they're hidden, they're not. I guess there is a way to turn off the transponder when you're trying to hide.
Nick, look at Boom. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, that does make sense. You can turn off the transponder, but that doesn't make the ship invisible, because there's still all the other things that the ship does.
Well, no, it just means it doesn't say what it is.
Yeah. And with that, following that logic process, just turning off the transponder would merit a much larger response from planetary authorities than, well, it would also merit a fairly large response from the guy who rented out the shuttle. But yeah, that would be a big response from planetary authorities, whereas hiding in the cloud, that's going to be like, oh, it was just a shuttle, leave it alone. Fair?
Yeah.
Is she going to keep searching the cloud for another day?
Yeah. Just
Okay.
to be sure.
She finds more ships. She does not find any of them that appear to be the Derringer. That brings her down to 3 days on her project, given the split attention.
Yeah, this is reasonably sure as it can be. Chances are the Derringer has places to be. They can't hide forever.
Alright, the Mistral with Cap and Hugo enter the region of space around La Miera.
Hey, Cap, we've arrived.
In the couple of hours before they arrive, Colleen could send a message out to them if she wants to.
Well, question is, who would even answer the call? Supposedly they're all busy.
Huh?
Well, usually she's the one at that station.
Oh.
Well, she's actually letting us know she's coming in to dock to transfer important equipment.
Does she tell
That
them?
the planet is decidedly not safe. Yes.
Okay.
There suddenly is a docking request from a certain shuttle for important material and a warning that the planet is not safe.
Okay. Cap, you received that message.
Cap, well, does she recognize that this is Colleen?
Yeah, is this just text or is there a voice?
Text.
Okay, so just the audit, basically having the ship send the request.
Well, she taps it by hand, but yes.
Well, she can also just have the ship initiate the docking request. Between familiar ships, it doesn't necessarily need to be anybody that authorizes it.
Yeah, but this is an unknown shuttle.
Yes.
Same reason she didn't just make a full burn for the ship.
Okay. So, Cap receives that text alert then.
Cap will respond with, and this is?
New ship, who dis?
Pretty much.
This is Colleen.
Cap will send the approval.
Mike?
Mm-hmm.
See, you haven't updated the house rules for the chameleon rules yet, so this leaves me a little uncertain as to where we stand.
Just continue using them as they are right now.
As they are written in the house rules file.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe that's actually technically better for you for the time being.
Not really.
I thought with the changes we talked about, the shifting the score around is spends processing for a day instead of for the scene.
Yes, but I'll get more of a bonus out of switching around.
You've got wisdom at 0 right now. Okay.
And int at 0.
And int at 0? That's
Mm-hmm.
right, that's right. Okay. Yeah, sorry. My commute time was spent on story elements rather than putting into writing what we talked about.
Yeah, fair enough. I'd prefer to have the writing, what's in the writing, be the rules rather than the uncertainty of otherwise.
Okay, that's fine. Leave it as what's in the PDF right now, and I will make a more directed effort to get that updated this week. Actually, I've got 2 weeks after today's game, so I will have it before the next session.
Okay.
But for now, yeah, use the PDF. Was Nemo doing anything with that?
No, I just wanted to know if I was reading up on. I was checking to see if you changed anything and couldn't see that anything had changed.
Yeah.
So just wanted to check if.
That's fair. I can also start putting a date on the file if that's if that's helpful.
That would be helpful.
I'll put a little revision history or last updated inside the PDF. All right. Back to Colleen and Cap. Cap asked, "And who dis?"
And got Colleen.
Okay. I think I missed that.
And authorized the docking.
Okay. Yeah, my brain backtracked a little bit then.
So, and she'll also ask Nemo and Dude with you.
I got one of them. The other one is incredibly unsafe.
Is Cap within range? Within Nemo's range now?
Okay. I was just checking
And
what
would he-
tags you were. Yeah, no,
And
she's
would
not.
and would he know if she was?
No, he wouldn't. If he had, Jesus, some kind of tag that would intercept their communication. But right now, it's just all text, anyways, and he's geared for verbal communications.
Yep.
But if he does have a tag that would potentially intercept any outgoing verbal communications, then he can set that.
Well, I could make things easier. Dude's still on the ship.
Oh yeah, that is easier.
Dude knows that Colleen is making docking maneuvers. I'm assuming that that Dude is keeping an eye on what's going on and sees that we're about to dock with the ship. And Dude just sends a brief communique to Nemo. Cap is back. We're about to dock. As long as our communication systems are still in range.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Wait, so Dude is within range of Nemo, but Cap isn't.
Cap is in range, but she's not.
Yeah, the
What
distinction is that
range
Dude is using the. Oh, you're just talking about for regular calls, for comm calls. She is, but he doesn't have any way of necessarily knowing that.
Yeah.
But now he does.
That's what I was.
Now
what I was
he
asking.
does. Yeah, now he does.
Okay.
Sorry, my brain did not work in that entire exchange.
It happens. It's okay.
I got lots of sleep. I don't have any excuses. Not enough caffeine.
Apparently.
I'm gonna drink some more caffeine.
You need the brain lubricant.
That sounds awful.
It's awesome. I'm using it.
Caffeine is brain lubricant.
It sounds even better if you just go brain lube. Brain
Hang on
lube.
a second. Yeah, I was gonna say I need to go lube my brain up. Hang on.
All right. I see Mel is typing, so let's talk with Colleen and Cap as Colleen brings the ship in, the shuttle in.
Cap will meet them at the dock.
It is going to take about an hour for them to actually be in the same part of this region of space.
Does anything happen in that hour?
No. Well, there's whatever Nemo is saying. But Mel will speak up if any of it needs to interrupt the docking.
Nope.
Okay. So, yes, Colleen docks with the Mistral. And this part does require a decent pilot. Well, not necessarily doesn't require. The ship could do this, but the reason it's only taken an hour is because of Hugo.
You're so useful, Hugo.
Still? Hugo will be scared when he's not useful.
Well, that vending machine is almost finished.
I don't think it can quite fly this ship.
Well, no, but it's a different kind of useful.
True.
And vending machine gets epic music.
Apparently.
Indeed it does. It just plays this music whenever you order a slushie.
I'm sitting here shaking my head. If Cap had heard that, she'd be shaking her head too.
I hope Hugo actually does that. Makes the vending machine play epic music for various items.
Oh yeah. When it's a slushie, it's this music. I'll have to decide what other stuff it is, but yeah. When it's coffee, it's just dun dun dun.
Coffee?
Oh no, when it's coffee, it's ooh, brain lubricant.
Oh God.
Perfect.
Yep, there we go. Little theme tune whenever you gets to it from the vending machine. See, that's the part that's taking the longest, trying to work out the best songs to use. Yeah.
Tuvon wants PPAP for any kind of fruit.
PPAP?
Oh no. You don't know.
Oh yeah, got yeah.
I have no idea what that means. I'm not sure I want to know.
I figured it out. It's the initials for flipping
Pineapple,
apple pen. Yeah. In which case, yeah, he likes Suvon still do that.
Okay. May have to get some Kari Pomu for some of the candy items. That one I would be surprised if you get by reference. I can link it later.
Nope.
No idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, you wouldn't, Mel.
It's probably something foreign.
It is. And it's something that I've linked.
Hugo's gonna go and try and chat with Cap before they...
I'm foreign.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but this is like extra foreign
Alright.
to you.
Cap and Hugo.
Hey, Cap. So, do we have any idea what happened to this lot then, once we left?
Nope.
Don't you think it might be a little bit wise to find out what happened? I mean, we don't know what happened
I'll
with Colleen
talk
and her sir.
I will talk to Dude and Colleen once they get on board.
I mean, the reason I ask is because you've had a traitor on board before. And these have been out of our contact for quite a while now. And I figured it might just be safe to try and, ask them some security questions to make sure it's actually them.
When have we had a traitor on board?
He's talking about Clark. Does he know about Clark?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes,
He does.
she mentioned talk about them.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, she told him about the reasons for why they needed a new pilot.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep. And she just looks at Hugo and says he wasn't really a traitor.
Well, no, but I was more talking about making sure it was actually them, instead of someone trying to imitate them to get on board.
They'd have to know their names. Cap will call Dude.
Hey, Cap.
Let me interrupt you two just for one real brief second. I'm sorry. Someone tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe you still have the cargo lighter planet side.
We did.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to just real quick ask Mel, is Nemo...
Wait, how is the cargo lighter still
Wait,
planet
no,
side?
it wasn't. It
No,
wasn't.
Cap,
Otherwise,
Cap
they would
and,
have
Cap
never
and
gotten
Hugo
back to
took
the
the
ship.
car. Yeah, I was gonna say Cap and Hugo took the cargo
To the
lighter
cargo
back to
lighter.
the ship.
Okay.
That's how they got off the planet. That's
Okay.
why we
Oh,
were stuck on planet.
Okay. That,
Otherwise, we wouldn't have needed this whole shuttle.
well, you still might have because Colleen, but... Alright.
We would have been able to. Yeah.
Back to Cap calling dude.
Sorry.
That's okay. I interrupted you.
Brainus interruptus.
You need some cranial lube.
I'm having some actually.
Nah, I think brainal lube still sounds better.
Brain lube.
Brainal lube.
No.
I should stop
Cranial
saying that.
cavity lube.
I'm willing to bet that brain lube is going to be an item in Psychonauts 2, just from the context of the rest of the game.
Fun. Alright, let's let Emma have a second to get back on track.
Yeah, because you guys keep throwing me off.
We're knocking your brain out of whack?
Yes, essentially. Cap,
Ask them
You-
some
you all did
security
this to me.
questions.
she gives Hugo a look, basically the shut up look.
Oh, the
That-
the call is on,
that's-
but you're not talking. Hey, dude, how are you doing?
That was an OOC pause for the player to get back in the right frame of mind and
Yeah, I was
not.
going to say, I don't think Cap was actually pausing.
No. But people keep derailing me, so. Dude said, hey, a cap, right?
Mhm.
Yes, okay. She says, that's you trying to dock with us, right?
Yeah, it was a kid. She's got... Well, we needed a bigger ship. She got some hunk of machinery she's been trying to get this whole time.
Oh, she finally got her computer thing.
Seems like it.
Everybody with you then?
Nemo's down on the ship, down on the planet right now.
So we have to get him back.
Yeah, he's just hanging out at a hotel.
I really wish he had come with you.
Cap would already know this if she read her messages.
She hasn't read her messages yet.
I let him know you were in range, so...
Could we, if they're talking over voice, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That is Billy would chime in. Could that wait till we discuss things? So he can't betray us further?
Does Dude have anything to say about that?
Oh, yeah. Look, kid. I don't think you understand that he doesn't have any control over it. And
I'm not
as long
saying
as-
he's doing it willingly. I'm saying I'm perfectly willing to say it's involuntary. It doesn't change the facts that it's involuntary. He can't stop it.
Yeah, but he still knows when it happens.
So he says.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't have control over what he's doing.
Yeah, and we can help him with that. He's part of the crew, kid.
Well, yes, and I would like to discuss how we can best help with that.
Yeah. We can still go get him.
Before he is in a position to kill us all?
Alright, we're gonna shelve this for now, and we're gonna talk about it once you're docked.
Fair enough. You're the cap.
He just messaged me.
The shuttle docks with Mistral. have a couple of extra hands to carry the new equipment on board, and assume Colleen directs them to take it to the computer center, the data center.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, technically the lab, the workshop.
Okay, workshop instead of the computer center.
Well, there's some assembly required.
There is, but the assembly should be with the computers that it's going to be interfacing with. If you're gonna hook it up to the ship at all, at least the computers, the ship's computer system at all, then the computer room data center would be your most likely place. If you just want to hook it up independently and give it its own independent power source, no, it would still need the ship as a power source, but if you want to hook it up independently and not have it hooked up to any of the ship's computer systems, then the workshop is fine.
Yep, for the time being, it's independent.
Okay.
Connecting it with the ship is safe too.
Okay.
Also, it would be insane to have encrypted data that you're trying to crack to get what's in it and have it on a computer that interfaces with the rest of the ship, because you don't know what's in there.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's called data security.
Okay. Dude and Colleen are on board.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Well, it's been a day. It's been a trip.
How's it been?
Has Hugo
It's
actually
like-
come down to the shuttle bay?
Yeah, he's no longer needed as at the pilot once the docking is complete, and
And
it's
who's on the bridge watching out for danger?
the ship.
Yeah, I've got alerts on my compad. Also, Thingy's up there. Little kid, I've told him to watch over. Tovus.
Tuvan?
Yeah,
North doesn't have access.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I've disabled the controls. He's just there to... I've told him to push a simple button, which is to alert my
He
phone.
doesn't have access.
Oh, no, that's... I've disabled controls. Apart from
So
one
that's out
button.
of character.
to
He
alert
doesn't
me.
have access to the bridge.
Yeah, he doesn't have access to the bridge.
Hugo would have tried to have snuck him on then in some capacity, as he did promise to show him the controls at some point.
Yeah, the ship won't actually stop somebody from entering if the door is open for them.
In which case, Hugo walks, door opens, he lets the kid in, door closes.
You might be getting yourself in some trouble here, Ben.
That and there's a kid trapped on the bridge with no way out.
Hugo made a promise to the kid. He didn't know that it's locked out. He don't have access to the systems, he just knows he's allowed in. Yeah. The kid, I've just told him to push a button to alert me if he sees anything. I've left the sensors running.
I don't think he would know what to do if he saw something.
Right when it starts to go ping or like red lights come on, I've told him to push the button.
Please tell me you haven't set them to active.
No, they aren't actively scanning. Didn't want to alert anyone. How you been? Where's the other one? Has it gone on a long run?
Yeah, that's what we need to talk about.
He's waiting for us down on the planet.
And quickly.
Oh, why?
And
Get separated?
preferably privately.
Oh, yes.
Has he gone for surgery like you, Colleen? Is that why you
I
separated?
don't think Cap told... Did Cap tell Hugo that?
Yep, told everybody.
I thought I
Yes,
just
'cause
told...
I was the one who had to find out where she might be at for hospital. I forgot a pretext stim in order to find out where she was.
Yeah, Hugo was actually very instrumental in making it easier to find her.
Cap looks at Hugo and says, "You really don't know when to keep your mouth shut, do you?"
What do you mean? It's our ship. It's just us down here. Somebody meant to be listening in.
It's
Who'd be
called
listening in?
being tactful.
What do you mean being tactful? We're crew. We talk.
Yes, and in this case you were highlighting the fact that you were talking about something you shouldn't be knowing about it because another person promised you wouldn't tell, but told everybody.
Cap looks at Colleen and says, I had to find you. Don't be a child.
No, you didn't have to find me because I could have taken a shuttle, like I did. And in fact, that would have been easy. I mean, the good thing is we know now what Nemo's up to.
Well, we don't. That's sort of the whole point.
What's
You're
the deal
making
with him?
assumptions.
She looks at Hugo and gives him like the little shut your mouth gesture.
What, I'm not allowed to ask questions about the crew now? I mean, you've left a person behind.
And that's what we're talking about. The general
Is
idea
there anybody else? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think the general idea is that we're gonna talk about it. I think it's just that, well, not to put too fine a point on it, I don't think Cap is looking for your input at this particular moment. So, I believe the prudent thing to do, rather than just get yourself shot in the leg, as it looks like she might be liable to do, considering the look on her face, would be to stay quiet and, what's that phrase? Speak when spoken to. No offense, man.
Oh, so I'm not an equal member. Gotcha. I'll be in my room. Actually, no. I'll be in the workshop. Still need to work on the vending machine.
All
I'll
right,
go
man.
collect
You
Tufon as
don't
well.
have to leave. I just need you to
Oh
let
no, I
other
can see
people
where I'm
talk.
not needed. No, I can see where I'm not needed. I mean, I'm just a lowly pilot.
Man, you are taking this way out of proportion.
I mean, Cap's told me to shut up. I can see I'm not needed.
Cap told me
I'll
to
go
shut
grab
up.
Tufon. I'll see you in a bit.
Everybody, shut up. Okay. Thank you. Hugo, you can stay.
No, it's okay.
Stay.
Oh, Tufon's left alone. Shouldn't allow him to. I'll see you in a bit.
Can I use some kind of force of personality to get him to stay?
That is
Provoke
between.
access to the bridge so he steps in front of it and can't go in.
It is between you and Ben as player to do so. If you want to talk about that out of character for a second, that's fine. But otherwise,
Does Cap thinks if does Cap get the impression from Hugo that if she orders him to stay here, he would stay?
Nah.
She mutters something under her breath and lets him go.
That's all right, Cap. We'll fill him in later.
She takes a breath. All right. What is going on with Nemo?
Well, it looks like he has a secret doohickey inside of him that follows instructions he has no control over.
Can you get that out?
He also told Cap this, by the way.
I was gonna say. Yeah, he told you. Maybe it was when he was.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. It's been busy and I have a lot to tell you too, but that can wait. So is it still sending things? Was it just the one thing?
As far as he's been able to tell, it's just the one thing.
Well, the problem is you can't trust anything he says with that thing in there, since we don't know what it does.
Yeah, the kid seems to be taking a hard-line stance on this. She's treating him as a piece of equipment rather than a member of the crew. And
no, I
like
treat the thing
malfunctioning.
inside of him that can make him do things.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. I can press a button and he will do things because of that. I can't do that
All right.
with you.
Colleen, can you get it out of him?
Oh, absolutely.
Without destroying him?
But with me and Dude, we will build him once. I don't see the problem. And if it is truly as separate as it's claimed to be, it shouldn't have any trouble with the core systems. We might not even have to get it out. We need just
Shut
need
down
the
the
code
signal.
from it.
Now that does bring...
No. Just a code audit. Basically, go through every line, see what's in there. If it's truly harmless, then might as well have it in there. But we need to know what other triggers it has. Because I'm not happy that the last one was broadcast everything about me to parties unknown.
Well, not everything. It just broadcast a location, kid.
Which at this point is bad enough.
Name and location.
Mm-hmm.
Have you found out any... Well, this can be a larger discussion later. Have you found things out about yourself?
Oh, absolutely.
That you wanted to?
No. But I have the equipment to correct the files I need. Though we need to have a discussion about some other parts I need for that. I found out who hit our ship. And what their ship name is.
That's
well, one
helpful.
of them is dead. That needs to be looked into at some point. But yes, we have the names. We have the name of the ship.
Well, that might make things a little bit easier if we run across them again.
Well,
all right.
I was actually going to suggest we should actively hunt them down.
I will definitely consider that. All right. So for right now, what we need to do is have you... We're going to do a quick exchange. We're going to bring Nemo back. Once he's back on board, can we temporarily deactivate him?
Well, that's part of the problem. Because since we don't know what the trigger is, attempting that might set him off into a murderous rage where he kills everybody.
All right, but then we need to get his permission to do whatever we're going to do.
Well, we were going to have to do that anyway. At least that's my take on it. Like I said, I prefer treating him as a member of the crew rather than a piece of equipment.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. He is a member of this crew, just like everybody else, even if they're behaving in ways that we don't like.
Yes, the problem is he can't help it.
Yeah.
I understand
that.
You're
being needlessly fatalistic, kid.
No, I just have a very good understanding of what that sort of thing can do. And I don't mean that thing as in Nemo, as in having something like that inside of you.
Now, what comes to mind for me is how did we miss that when we reprogrammed him the first time?
Because it's not part of that core system.
Mm-hmm.
My biggest
concern it's an add-on.
And my biggest concern is he might have overwritten the ownership protocol.
Well, only one way to find that out, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Have him shut down. If he says no, you know it's overwritten. Because he would understand the danger that thing is.
We wouldn't have hooked back up anything that wasn't an essential system or that had an obvious purpose, which means that whatever this communication protocol is tied to an essential or at least mimicking essential system.
Not really. He was pretty much just put the parts together. The trickiest part was to actually build an ownership protocol in.
Well,
That
yeah.
was the tricky part. Everything else was kind of inserts basically part A into socket B. So we never checked his every part. We just clicked his arms and legs together, put in the head, and then I did some work up there.
Bob's your uncle.
Yeah. I just have a philosophical objection to doing this without at least getting Nemo's buy-in on it. If you want to leave him stranded on the planet while we talk to him about that, I'll be okay with that, kid, but I don't want this to be a surprise to him. Shouldn't be. We've
Well,
already talked about this.
yes, and that he says no worries me profoundly.
That's because you don't trust him.
No, because that thing is a danger, and given as security conscious as he is with the instructions he's been given, should have absolutely no objection to have that stuff audited. We're not even talking about ripping it out. It's like someone saying, "Can I see your ID?" And you go, "No."
I get what you're getting at, kid. Like I said,
Perhaps he wished to discuss it with me first.
I still think that Nemo should be an active participant in this conversation. But that's just me.
So you rented a shuttle. We've got to take it back.
Yeah, we didn't have nearly
Well,
enough money to buy this thing. Oh, come on, kid. Don't
Sorry.
just screw over some random person just because they had the poor judgment to rent you a shuttle.
that wasn't poor judgment. That was a black market operation.
And if you steal it from them, that was them having poor judgment about you.
So,
Again, like I said, I don't want to penalize somebody for having the poor judgment of doing business with you. If you don't take it back, I will.
well,
And we'll pick
someone's
up
going to
Nemo.
pick up Nemo anyway.
We already got one shuttle. We don't need two.
Actually, we could use this one because the other one is pretty fragile with the ladders on it.
Not the
Well,
cargo
I've got the
lighter.
cargo lighter.
Which is not really inter-system capable.
That's what the
How
main
much
ship's
do they
for.
want to How much do they want to purchase it? Not that we really have the money for it anyway, but
I think the thing was like
I
200,000.
wouldn't doubt it.
Also,
Well,
kid,
for a better model.
it would be me doing the maintenance on it. And that's also something. I'm running out of the time to do maintenance on everything that needs it.
Excuse me?
You're keeping track of the computers?
Yeah, and I remember repairing the shuttle, helping you out with the gun as well.
I didn't say
Upgrading
you
the
weren't
medbay.
helping, kid. I'm just talking about ongoing maintenance. Not
Which I've
expecting you
also
to help.
been working on.
You have been, but I'm not expecting that you're always going to have all the time in the world to do that. Like I said, I have philosophical objections to stealing this ship. If you want to buy it, then you can talk to Cap into paying for it. Otherwise, I'm taking it back.
I guess go and take it back, I guess.
Cap messages Nemo.
While they're
And Cap will call Hugo and ask him if he can please pilot the cargo lighter down to the surface and pick up Nemo.
Can I take Tuvon with me?
I want you to pick up Nemo and come back.
Yeah, just to show him how it works. Like an actual interplanetary, movement. I presume Tuvon's down for this.
You hear Tuvon say, "Please."
I mean, the kid's begging for it.
He also might get shot at.
Or we get shot at, and if we're getting shot at, I'll take a pass.
In all fairness, the last time the kid flew a shuttle,
was
was into an ambush so we could get shot. That used to be his job, to lure people down to planets to get shot.
Yeah, that's the one luring me down to the
yes,
planet.
you have permission to take Tuvon with you.
Thanks. I got the coordinates for Nemo.
I mentioned there's a shuttle.
Bot.
Yeah.
All right, I'll see you in a bit. You ready, kid? You ready to learn?
He is ready.
In this case, yeah. I'll even take the motorcycle, the hovercycle, just in case we need to go pick him up. Actually, that's another thing I've
No,
realised.
he can meet him there easily.
Yeah, I can't give anyone a croggy on a hovercycle.
A croggy?
I was gonna say we got a language barrier here.
Yep.
Have someone on the back. Have a passenger.
Oh, okay.
Wait, do you want to know what Americans call that?
I was gonna say.
We call that riding bitch.
I mean, giving a croggy is normally for like a bicycle, not a motorbike.
Ah.
Yeah, it's normally where either they sit on the front on the handlebars and you give them a croggy that way.
This seems really fun. We're gonna crash in like 5 seconds.
I don't think we have a specific term for that one.
Well,
Because-
you barely have bicycles.
Yeah, that's true.
That's not true.
It's kind of true.
But yeah, anyway.
Taken
I
as
used to
a
ride a bike all the time when I was a kid.
taken as a per capita
Okay.
statistical thing, adults riding bikes are an anomaly in America.
He'll take the hovercycle anyway, just in case. I mean, don't really change.
Okay. Taking the cargo lighter down, he's going to need to have the hover cycle, the hover thing, in the actual cargo part of the cargo lighter.
But yeah, let's put it this way: I think it's around 40% of all people working in Copenhagen take the bicycle to work. So how much of a percentage of New York's population rides a bike to work?
We're not looking that up right now.
Yeah,
No, we're doing other things.
We'll just ride it from the workshop to the cargo place.
Okay. Yeah, you can put it in the cargo container for the cargo lighter, but the cab of the cargo lighter, the actual shuttle cab, it's.
No, it don't matter then. I'll leave it. It was just a if in case, in which case I'll just leave it in the cargo and just go down with Tuvon.
No, you can put it in the container if you want. That's not a problem.
That's all right.
Okay. Yeah, the cab itself is going to be a tight fit for would be a tight fit for 4 full-grown people. Since Tuvon is not full-grown, you're okay. Can't remember how many people I've had you guys put in that thing already.
Everybody.
Oh,
well,
Jesus.
not everybody.
Okay. All right.
Colleen, Cap, Jude, Nemo, Hugo.
All right. Yeah. You have a spacious cargo lighter cabin.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a giant thing. It just does only do that one thing. It goes to and from with tons of shit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'll just so this is you turn the engines on. You need to check these sensors first, make sure they're all reading. That's to disembark, but you need to make sure that's disabled, otherwise you'll disembark but kind of stick. And they'll just go through like the whole launch procedure for embarking from the ship.
Now, here's the question. By the time Hugo explains it, has the kid taken off? Because we know he can fly shuttles. quite well.
I was gonna say the kid's probably giving him the look of like, I know what I'm doing, dude.
I don't know this.
I know.
He actually does not know. Keep in mind, guys, he was tasked to pilot a single shuttle. He could be shown what to do without being told what everything does.
He
Press this
also
button,
flew
press
us
these
through
buttons.
really nasty atmosphere where an experienced pilot has trouble with.
That can also be down to luck.
The experience.
Yes, but he's experienced specifically in that environment.
Yeah, and he's also in a shuttle that accommodates a lot of it, and yeah.
Anyway, yeah, Hugo's showing the kid like the whole disembark procedure.
Okay.
So, you ready then? You want to push the button?
He's ready to press the button.
In which case, he pushes the button. Move away from the ship.
And although he has been in space before and he has done this, he is enthralled by the halo of light into which you guys are floating into.
Which is also why I wanted to take him with me.
Oh yeah, he's
think
completely
he got to
forgotten about
properly-
piloting, and he's just pressed against the window staring out.
Does Hugo inform Nemo where he'll be docking so he can move him, so he can relocate himself to that area?
Yes, Cap would have asked Hugo to let Nemo know where he was docking.
It's pretty much, which is what I'm getting to now, which is as soon as Hugo begins disembarking and heading towards the planet, he'll be contacting the ground people to make sure he's got an actual place to land, got authorization to land.
Okay. He has no difficulty securing that. He knows the process fairly well. Actually, very well.
Major Hugo to ground control.
Pretty much, yeah. And then, he'll be like, "Hey, Nemo, I'm a bit closer this time. I'm actually on B4, not B20.
Understood. I will endeavor to be there as you land.
See you in a bit, man."
And dude is taking the other shuttle down?
Oh yeah, if Colleen doesn't want to return it, dude will.
Okay. That and Cap said that she was
That's
sending
because
dude.
I was making the assumption that Colleen wasn't gonna do it.
Alright. Dude navigates the ground control easily enough. He does have to get the details of where to take it from Colleen, though. Actually, no, I take that back. He doesn't. That's there's kind of a return instructions right there in the shuttle.
Nice. If found, return to.
Well, it's like,
Yeah.
like where you get a rental car.
It's actually even more specific than that, because the shuttle was, as Nick pointed out, rented to somebody who did not have authorization to fly it, nor does Dude, since it is a March or a Lamiera shuttle. There's specific channels that you go to when requesting authorization to land, and you just take it to a specific place.
Gotcha. It's a drop point.
Well, it's a private airline, essentially.
Cool. Yeah.
But yeah, it is a little bit more. It's definitely on the shady side, and dude can recognize that.
Yeah. Dude will have also sent a communique to Hugo as he's traveling down, asking him what shuttle port he's landing at to pick up Nemo, so that the dude can meet him there.
I'm at B4, so it's a bit closer this time.
Right on. Based on the planet map he's got, where does that put How much time does Dude need to get to where Nemo's getting picked up from where he's dropping this shuttle off?
And I'll be back.
15 minutes, half an hour. I'm not too worried
Oh,
about
okay.
that.
Cool. So he's not the drop off point isn't at like another city or some shit.
No, it is in the same city that you guys were in. There is the question of how you're going to pay for the additional days.
Cap will give him.
And,
They would have known that before they left, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cap will give him the funds to cover it.
Okay, so Colleen already took off the 20,000 deposit she paid?
Yep.
Okay.
And added the 5,000 and she got.
Okay.
So a total of 25,000 was put towards it.
No, that 5,000 she got went to her credit stick. There's still 15,000 left to pay for the rental.
Cap will take care of it.
Okay.
So the $5,000 she got from Dude, she didn't put towards the ship.
She pocketed it.
She technically she did, because the whole 20,000 she paid for the ship came out of her credit stick.
I'll
So
also
basically,
note
went
that
out.
she could not have put that 5,000 towards the ship because of limitations in credit transfers. It's difficult. It's a lot more difficult in this setting to just say charge me when you're 1,000 miles away from anything.
They don't have intergalactic Venmo.
No intergalactic Venmo.
Yes, the 5,000 went towards the ship.
End result is 15,000 more needs to be paid to the rental.
Which, from what Cap left Dude on the planet with, he'd still have enough left over for that, even without getting any more from Cap. So.
All right. Like I said, I'm not gonna make a thing of this. Any RP that you guys have is the only pause points here. So pause me at any point where you start to have that interaction.
Everyone is gone. Colleen was going to talk to Cap.
Okay, we'll do that in a minute. I'm doing planet side first. Hugo.
I guess I'll also be back seeing how M is also not there.
Yeah, that also makes sense too. Hugo reaches his B4, and Nemo has had time to already get there.
Mm-hmm.
He lands planet side. Hugo will actually check the news to see if anything major's happened while they've been on planet.
No, nothing major. He's just seeing the normal news that he typically sees when he comes to Lamiera.
Okay, so they haven't caused mischief. That's good.
They haven't caused mischief that made the news.
I was gonna say.
Exactly. No. He puts the compad away and smiles. And they'll also text... oh no, we won't be staying, will we? He won't text Jason. So he'll leave it.
Okay.
And he'll just text Nemo. Hey. We've docked now. Give us a heads up when you're close by.
Oh, I'm already present.
Oh, shit, you're fast. Right, let me open up the door. Yeah, I'll also explain to Tuvon. So, this is the place where majority of the ships dock down. Around here, it's mainly for, like, the tourists and whatnot. And then, when you get a bit further in, it's more like business. It's a nice place, really. Just don't litter. Or anything like that. Just enjoy the view, pretty much.
Hugo does notice some trepidation as various doors to the outside begin opening. And not Tuvon, Hugo notices Tuvon, some trepidation in him. And the kid visibly flinches when he sees the outside. We've got an open air dock here.
How long has it been since you've been off ship?
He says, Where I live, it's cold.
Yeah, come outside. We're waiting on dude anyway. Come on, we'll go for a little walk around. I'm sure Nemo will be fine with it.
Oh, Nemo's right there. He could join you if you wanted.
Hey, Nemo, you alright with me taking the kid, getting some food and whatnot? Seems like he likes this place.
I would advise against it, considering that I'm sure the captain prefers to be able to take off as soon as possible.
I mean, we'll be around. We'll be nearby. Waiting on dude anyway. We'll only be like 5-10 minutes.
As I said, I would advise against it, but I
mean, she's in here, isn't she? So we'll be fine.
I have no capacity to tell you otherwise.
She's not here. We're gonna go get some slushies and whatnot.
Slushies!
Yeah, exactly, kid. We need to take some upstairs. So that way we make sure we get the taste right on them.
Are you getting slushy mix?
Yeah. It's the other reason why I wanted to come down to buy some slushy mix.
Alright.
If you wish, I will, however, wait on the shuttle.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, you've got my number. Feel free to let me know if there's any issues. In which case, yeah, Hugo with Tuvon will go slushy shopping.
Okay.
I'm just getting a variety of flavors so we can take back on board.
Okay, so is Hugo trying to convince one of the airport shops to give up some of their basically the prepackaged stuff, the stuff that's in the little box, or is he going to try and go somewhere that would sell that by itself?
He'll be trying to, because he needs to be nearby, wrangle it from the airport, and he'll be willing to pay extra. And he'll kind of explain that it's for the kid and what.
Okay.
Hoping to get some sympathy points.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and get a charisma talk roll on that. I'll give you a +1 bonus for the kid.
Yay, sympathy points.
Is that an equipment bonus or a circumstance bonus?
I would say it's equipment bonus.
Yeah. Double sixes.
It's a lot
It's
of
important to Hugo, man. It's important.
It's a lot of encumbrance, though, for a +1 circumstance bonus on a very specific roll.
There's only 3 encumbrance. I mean, that's basically a toolkit. Hugo is very charming, and Tuvon just completes the effect. Hugo gets a couple of cases of the slushy mix, and says, "Don't worry about it. They'll just call it, say that somebody snuck in and stole slushy mix."
I'll give him 22 credit. Be like, get yourself some drinks.
I'm very appreciative of the tip.
Yeah,
and you get some awing and not oohing, but like the aw puppy dog. Not so much swooning. They're more paying attention to Tuvon than Hugo.
I'll let the kid lap it up.
They're loving this father-son relationship.
This seems more like Fagin and Oliver to me.
I'm the cool uncle. Yeah, but once we've got the slushy mix, we'll head back to the shuttle, unless the kid wants to do out else.
He likes being outside, but it's starting to wear on him. He's getting uncomfortable.
In which case, we'll head back to the shuttle.
Okay.
The Mars agoraphobia.
He has lived in confined spaces his entire life.
Because going outside will kill you.
Yes.
Instantly.
And this is outside and very, very clean and aesthetic and all that.
Yeah. and he hasn't lived in cleanliness since his entire life until getting on the Raza. And even that has its dirty parts, which he cleans.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We'll head back to the cargo later.
Hugo and Tuvon return a little bit in advance of Dude. And then Dude arrives.
Hey man, how's it going?
Yeah,
Excellent. We're ready to take off now.
be glad to get off this planet finally.
Likewise.
I mean,
It has
I like it here.
It has been an interesting stay, but not one I wish to prolong.
Yeah, well, you only got to experience it for a little bit. This place seems to grow entanglements.
Particularly when you're in the company of people who have troubled with the concept of lying low.
Yeah.
I feel like there's an underwhelming tone here that maybe should be discussed with Cap. In which case, let's head back up.
Yeah. I'm sure Cap would like to have all the chicks under one roof.
Thank you, thank you for collecting us and for returning as swiftly as you could.
No problem. So, anyway, to everyone, so what you do when you're coming from planet side is blah 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 blah. And I'll explain to the kid, like, look, you need to get authorization, you need to do this and that before heading back up.
Are you
He
gonna
didn't suddenly turn into an adult from a Charlie Brown cartoon.
Blah 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 blah.
No, ma'am.
He did not. Is he letting Tuvon do the authorization request?
I would hope not.
He's
he's
not
just showing it to him.
If Jason is on shift, Hugo would allow him to contact Jason if he could. Hugo would call up like, "Hey, is Jason there?" and like make sure he gets connected to Jason, and then
unfortunately, you're a House Chair and not House LaRue.
Shit. In which case, nah, he does it himself.
Okay. Tuvon is fine with that. And you take the cargo lighter back up to the ship.
Hey, we'll be down in the workshop if you need us. We've got some crates we need to sort and use.
It's good to be back.
Everyone returns to the ship.
Hooray!
Praise Jeebus.
Yes, praise Jeebus indeed.
Alright, before that, Colin wanted to have some conversation with Cap.
Yep.
Well, Dude and Hugo aren't there to interfere.
Nope.
Cap is on the bridge.
Alright, Nick, this is Colin's moment to assassinate the Cap.
Or try.
Execution attack.
I don't think
Technically,
Cap
the
is
drone
that
shoots-
easy to kill.
In all fairness, the drone shoots better than Cap. So it could work.
I'm sorry I brought that up. Let's not get into who can kill who.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. That's how Colleen had that planned anyhow.
Okay, that's good.
Well, since they're finally alone on the bridge. Alright. Now that I have the computer, now comes the important part. I'm gonna need those chips. You asked me to talk to you about it, so here I am, talking to you about that the last thing it needs are the chips.
So what are you going to be using this for? Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Has Colleen ripped?
But
I was gonna say, I see
Colleen-
Colleen's mic thing turning green, but I don't hear anything.
Yeah,
Lights
we
on
can't hear
nobody's
you.
home.
I don't see it. I don't even see it turning green.
It was a second ago. The light was
Yeah,
on, but
it's-
nobody was home.
It's intermittent.
And there. Still don't hear anything.
She wanted to
I
say
saw the
would
green light.
you-
I see the green light now, but I still don't hear anything.
Alright, what about it all?
Oh, there you go.
Yes.
Having issues.
Yes, now we can hear you.
Alright, so Alright, so Colleen was turning to Cap and just said it also. Well, he asked me to talk to you about it before you do anything with it. The last thing that computer needs are those chips.
And what exactly are you going to do with it?
Correct the files I have.
The ones that you said may contain information about us?
Well, they're all labeled with the code names that correspond to what we found in the medbay, including Zoe's files. And they're pretty damn large. Not to mention it was in my puzzle box that took me quite a while to figure out. Someone went through a lot of trouble to make sure we acquire this information.
All right. So, it'll only take. Mike says it'll only take one of the chips.
Well, one of the chips in that case. Even better.
I'm gonna say. Is it gonna permanently take one of the?
I think so.
Eesh.
Well, that and well, afterwards the quantum computer will also be put to other users. I fully plan to hook that up to our little alien device and finally have it talk to the nav computer.
Wait, is that gonna take our last universal component?
No.
We have two of them. That'd be one of them.
You should actually have some computing chips.
Yes, 2 computing chips we got from the giant carrier.
Yep. Cap will hand one over.
Cap doesn't have to, because Colleen had them on the entire time.
Did she?
Yeah, Colleen was running scans on it, and Captain told her, hey, before you use them, come and talk to me.
Ah. Okay. All right. We really could stand to know what's on those.
That was the plan. We now have the equipment and everything we need.
All right. Let's get the others back and I'll talk to Nemo.
I would strongly advise to have your gun ready when you do.
I pretty much always have my gun ready.
Yes, but normally you don't deal with people of Nemo's speed. As I said, I don't think it's something he would want to do. It's just like with everything else about not having a choice.
Fair enough. But like Dude says, I want him to be an active participant in this conversation if he can be.
Well,
whatever is happening, if it's against his will, he's still a member of this crew.
I fully understand that, but that's my problem because I deal with computers. Hell, I installed the ownership protocol in him. I literally know how it's possible to make him do things, and I didn't even design the doohickey that's inside of him.
And I get that. Hopefully, he can comply and will comply with my request.
If he does not,
then we subdue him and put him into a holding cell.
well, we just need to turn him off.
Well,
Or
that
wait
would
till
be
he runs
part
out
of
battery
that.
power. Oh, that's right. If you put him in a holding cell, he'll run out of battery power eventually. All right. I'm fine with that as long as you can promise me that if it shows that he is indeed a danger, unwillingly as it is,
I
that
will
will do
take
something
care of
about
it. I will take care of it. I promise.
Okay. Because my concern is he seems to have triggers related to me, and I don't want to find out the hard way what else is in there.
Cap nods and says, I do understand. And as far as telling people what was going on, kid, I was doing what I thought was best. I was trying to look out for you. I was trying to look out for everybody. And I am sorry that it obviously upset you. And I ask you to please believe me that I wouldn't have done it if I didn't think it was absolutely necessary.
Well, let me tell you the same thing I told Duke. Trust me to get things done. That when I say don't come after me, I actually mean it. To give you an idea, if they had found me and ripped me off that operating table, I would be dead.
I wouldn't have had him rip you off the operating table.
That's what you sent them to literally do.
No, I sent them to pick you up.
Mm-hmm.
If they weren't done and the doctor had said that it wasn't advisable to move you, we wouldn't have moved you. At least not until we could have.
How about this? Next time, just send me a message. Even if it's just, hey, we have to get off planet, I can fly a ship. Hell, I can buy myself someone to fly the ship faster for me. I will find a way to contact you guys.
Cap holds her hand out and says, deal.
Right. And shakes the hand. I'm quite capable for my size. For a
I
moment, it
know
looked
you're
like she was
very
going to say age.
I
Then
know
corrected
you
herself
are
to
very
size.
capable, Colleen. It's not a question of your capability. I was afraid.
Well, what I can understand, that next time just shoot me a message. Trust me to find a way.
We good?
Well, I have a computer to hook up.
And I will let you get at that while we wait for the others to get back.
Well, let's hope Nemo hasn't killed them all and impersonates them. Asked for visual identification. Just to make sure that everyone is still on board and living.
Cap heads for the bridge.
We are on the bridge.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
cool.
sorry. That's right, we are on the bridge.
Cap goes for
Colleen.
her chair.
Cap
I figured
tells
they took
Colleen, go take care of what you need to take care of, kid.
Oh, Colleen is already out the door.
All right. The cargo lighter arrives with Hugo, Tuvon, Dude, and Nemo.
Has that been visually verified?
Colleen doesn't know.
Yeah, she's in her workshop now. Does Cap
Well,
go
I
to...
would assume there is a request for docking at some point.
Yes, but Colleen is in her workshop. And that comes to the
Colleen-
bridge.
Yeah, and Colleen is also patched in your communications panel.
I think Hugo's
yeah, Cap
Goodbye.
Cap asks him to be on screen for a second.
Now, just to
Well-
remind you that while, yes, all authorized crew members can have data put to their data pad or to various screens around the ship, they have less access than if they were on the bridge. So, Cap could just let them in without visual verification if she wants to from the comm panel.
Colleen wouldn't be able to do anything about it.
Right.
She would just know it happened.
I'm not.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
saying. Technically, Colleen can do nothing against anything Cap wants to do, because Cap has the ultimate access.
Well, yeah, but more so the fact that somebody's there at the bridge at the comms station. That's your ultimate access right there.
Colleen is just patched in, as in if the message
Mhm.
comes, it's there. It's not like she has her sensors or the whole ECM suite
Yeah.
to running through the compound.
I just wanted to
Video
make sure that
consoles.
Emma knew that Colleen could not hold the crew hostage.
No, I didn't say that she could, but Cap said.
Yeah.
Well, Cap didn't actually say that she would get visual verification.
If it's requested here, it's like, look, I brought the kid back. There's no need to be scared. She didn't, it's safe. Told you. Also, Neiman dude's here. So, can we come on board, or...
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
mean, Cap would have gotten visual. Like she would have them put the cabin of the cargo lighter on screen. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
She said-
also, Cap.
She kind of told Colleen she would, so she'll do it. The whole trust thing.
Hey, do you want me to go get some fuel as well? Or are we just gonna...
Yeah, we'll fuel up before we leave.
Oh, sweet. I'll go sort that out now while you talk with Nemo and Dude. Also, we've got some crates of slushy sauce. Mix, whatever it is.
Put it with the rest of the food.
Is it food?
Put it with the engine
It's an
grease.
edible. Technically.
It's kid food.
I like a slushy now and again. That myself, I have to say. That's yeah, not Cap saying that, but yeah, you get the point. Cap will have Nemo and Dude come to her office once Hugo has taken over the piloting of the ship.
Oh yeah, as he's. Oh, also, you were a bit upset earlier. Can two of them come on the bridge and witness this?
As long as you don't let him touch anything.
Fine.
Let him watch, and we'll talk about it later.
Sure thing. I mean, he's not killed us yet. He's just been watching.
Okay. Yes, he can come and watch you. It's fine.
Go on, kid. Got some work to do.
He's more interested in a slushie.
Good point. We need the slushy while we fly. Good idea.
No food on the bridge.
Slushy before we fly.
I'd like to point out, if anyone looks around the bridge, that is food stuff on Colleen's station.
So I'm pretty sure Colleen's been eating. And
Oh yeah.
All right, well then nix that. If Cap lets Colleen do it. Reluctantly.
No favoritism.
No favoritism.
Okay, so we can bring the slushies on.
Yeah, just
Sweet.
retcon that. Cap wouldn't have said that because she lets Colleen do it.
Or maybe it's just like you actually did say that, then you looked over at Colleen's desk and was like, shit.
No, Cap wouldn't have said it if she let Colleen do it.
In which case, slushies, then flying. Good idea. We'll be up shortly.
Cap will not leave the bridge until they get there.
You do have one small problem with that. You've got whatever remains of slushy are left from flying, from when you were at the slushy place in the first place, planet side. But you can't quite make the mix into new slushy yet. That's part of your vending machine build.
Hugo was thinking he was just going to take some of the mixture, just pour it out, mix in loads of water or soda, and just mix it up, and put in some ice, and then shred it up.
That sounds
In a
terrible.
blender.
Yeah,
So
blend
you're
it.
saying he's putting it into an airlock, it just opens the outer door, waits till it's frozen, closes that airlock.
It would actually take a very long.
Nice idea.
It would actually take a very long time to freeze that way.
Funny enough, it would actually boil first.
Yes, it would. I'm not sure you'd have any water left.
You
No,
wouldn't.
yeah.
It would boil away.
Yeah, that's what Hugo was doing. Just going to open up one of the ones, try them out. Just tastes nice. Yeah, let's pour this out.
Oh god,
Mix it up.
it is
blend it.
so syrupy.
So it
Pour
is-
He
a little
doesn't
bit
have to.
out.
He could use a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, but he's applying directly to the tongue.
So this is the Simpsons episode where Bart gets the slushy made entirely of syrup.
Oh, no, Hugo's being more careful of it, but Hugo said that he tried some of it beforehand.
And then joins the Boy Scouts.
Yeah, tried a bit on his tongue. It's yeah, I like that flavour. Pour a little bit out. Slushy time.
Okay, all right.
Halt. Slushy time.
Hugo manages to make an adequate slushy. Tuvon is obviously not impressed with it, but it still tastes okay.
Working on it. I mean, it's not in the proper rig and whatnot. That's what the other thing's for. Gotta get the fix, you know.
He doesn't say anything because he's drinking slushy.
Give him a thumbs up and then head towards the fix.
He follows. Alright, Hugo arrives at the bridge with Tuvon and half-drunk slushy in tow.
I'll try a bit.
Hey.
It says it's grapefruit and blueberry?
He holds the cup towards Cap.
Jesus, that sounds horrifying.
Yeah, it
Exactly.
does. She'll say, no, you can have it all to yourself.
Sweet.
But thank you.
No problem. Yeah, just walks over to the pilot seat, sits down, looks around for a chair, and pulls one close.
Have extra chairs on the bridge.
No, there are no non-fixed furniture on the bridge.
Yeah, no potential missiles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You'll have to sit on the floor for this one, kid, unfortunately. Is that alright? I mean, at least that way you can't spill your drink anywhere. Just go on the floor.
Sits down on the ground.
I was gonna say, there's Colin's seat.
Yeah, that's pretty far away from the pilot, though.
Hugo likes his life. Yeah, he'll just get the kid to sit on the floor and it'll teach him.
Hey, the station has toys, though.
The kid sits right down on the floor. There's no problem with that.
So first you would check the engines and whatnot, then you'd turn the throttle on slowly, just to make sure the engine gets to full. Don't want to just go flat out immediately. Kind of unsettles some people. And yeah, just go through just like the basics, starting the engines and then flying.
Okay. He is watching with his straw stuck in his mouth.
Wait.
No, that sounds like kissing. That's just wrong.
No, it's because it's Pepsi, not out of a cup, not proper slushy, so I can't hear the crunchy.
It's okay.
I wish I actually had a slushy right now.
It's okay. I'm sure
We know the sound.
we're fine without the sound effect.
It's
Yes.
even better with sound effects. But anyway, yeah, that's what Hugo and Tuvon's doing.
Okay.
Just flying this shit.
All right. Hugo and Tuvon go and get fuel while Cap goes to talk to Nemo and Dude.
She asks them to meet her in her office.
Yes, we did. Then everyone started talking about slushies on the bridge.
Yes. Well, for that matter, since Hugo took a little bit of time there, do Dude and Nemo have conversation before Cap arrives? It sounds like a no to me.
If they're just sitting,
Idle chatter, if nothing else. Nothing
yeah.
particularly.
No, not unless Dude brings something up. And it doesn't sound like he does, so no.
Jesus, I'm glad to be off that planet.
They already talked about that in the shuttle.
Yeah, they did. Okay, so Cap arrives.
Captain?
Cap actually, she'll sit down in her chair and underneath she, not out in plain sight, she actually has her pistol ready.
She does a Han Solo.
Yep. And has it pointed in Nemo's direction. Casually.
Mm-hmm.
Captain?
So I want you to allow Colleen to take a look at the thing that sent out the transmission that you sent unwillingly. We need to find out what it is and to keep it from doing that again.
I don't believe that would be possible. To the best of my knowledge, the black box and communication suite are impenetrable.
Real quick clarification, because I think I didn't make it clear to you. The communication suite is part of you. The black box is impenetrable.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
We've gotten into black boxes before, though.
I think we jerry-rigged a black box.
I do have Yeah, I actually do have rules for the whole black box thing, of course.
But I didn't think we ever got into a black box, did we?
You did.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. One of the. Well,
You wish to physically disassemble me?
Run diagnostics tests first.
dude kind of looks at Nemo. Yeah, I think. I mean, we're just trying to make sure that we get to keep you as a crew member without having these.
Blips.
Yeah.
My self-diagnostic functions are working perfectly, Captain.
Oh yeah, but they
And
working
yet you
perfectly
still
before.
don't know where it's coming from.
Where what is coming from?
The signal that the transmission you said you sent out.
I know exactly where the transmission came from. I was unaware of the embedded programming that caused that transmission. That caused me to transmit that. It caused me to transmit that transmission. Blah.
And that's what we want to look into.
Yeah, the kid
And
seems
to
to
stop
think
it.
she can. Yeah, kid seems to think she can at least cut off its access to your communications suite. Sounds like to me.
That would cut off my access to my communication suite.
Well,
We don't know that for sure.
I know that for sure. It was I transmitted that message. It's not something. It wasn't something external that transmitted that message. It was me transmitting that message, Captain.
But the trigger came from something inside you that you didn't know was there, right? That's
The
what
trigger came from internal programming. I was unaware of it being present.
Are you aware of that programming now?
Presumably.
I don't want to make that.
I was asking Mike.
No.
Yeah. Let me make sure that this. Okay, that did not show to everyone. It's just bringing that up, because the second sentence there, the black box is isolated from you. Nemo still can't actually access the black box. It is as a.
Yeah, that's what you wrote.
Yeah, and it is linked to the communication suite. So maybe I misunderstood. What was the question?
What?
Dude asked if he's aware of that programming now.
Yes, the concealed programming that caused the embedded programming that caused Nemo to transmit the message in the first place.
Okay, so the answer is still no. He still can't get into the black box. What happened when that message got sent out? Nemo can parse this out. Is he heard the name Audrey
Mercure, yes.
Mercure, the same way as he intercepts out incoming transmissions. It was basically it was a tag that activated in the same way, except it was embedded in the black box. So.
You were a bit unclear in explaining that initially then.
Yeah, I was, and I probably could have written the whole the whole thing a little bit more rules lawyery, not rules lawyery, but legalese. But yeah, the transmission, you heard it. Everything goes through the black box that you're intercepting anyways. And then is, as I wrote over at the very end, your black box then transmits them to you through a one-way silent tunnel. It used that same one-way silent tunnel to send that transmission out instead of to you.
Okay, so disregard everything Nemo has said because I was misinformed.
Sorry about that, Mal.
Okay, so then where are we at with this whole conversation?
No idea, because Mike
roll
just
the
short-circuited
timer.
everything.
I apologize.
So, out of character, what it sounds like to me is that the black box is sitting as a filter on everything that Nemo does. Anything that goes through his entire sensory suite is parsed through the black box?
No, it's not parsed through.
It's not monitoring everything he does?
No, it is not. And I have said this, but haven't written it. The Nemo knows that the black box cannot exert any influence on him.
Mm-hmm. I think I can salvage this now.
Okay.
But as I said, retcon everything Nemo has said about the situation entirely from the start. I believe I understand the situation, Captain. The espionage suite that I'm using to tap into communication, and relay communications, works by me assigning priority tags to snippets of conversation I wish to listen into.
And
what happened in this particular case appears to be that in addition to the tags that I had assigned myself, another tag unknown to me was already hardwired. It was apparently hardwired into the box since I was unaware of its presence, and it didn't. And well, it did not appear to affect my abilities to otherwise use it, since normally I have a maximum for amount of tags I can put. But this clearly didn't apply to that. That was OC. When this previously unknown tag to me then became active, it transmitted a message along the same channel that it transmits messages to me.
so what I want you to do is to let Colleen check you over and make sure there are none of these other tags hanging about.
That it would be there would be no value in checking me over. There's nothing in my systems. Black box is an entirely distinct entity that I have no access to.
Can we take it out of you?
Probably not without deactivating him.
Without it?
By physically disassembling me and dismantling my espionage command suite. Yes.
Well, right, but would that stop working without the black box?
Yes, completely.
So it's got its own built-in failsafe. It either works or you don't work, and then right.
That doesn't mean
you could disassemble me physically, remove the black box, reassemble me, and I would resume functioning. I would just be unable to utilize the espionage command suite.
But we'd have you.
Correct.
Well, it wouldn't be a massive tragedy. Could we then get you another one of these espionage suites as like an aftermarket thing and slap it in you that don't have the black box?
Highly unlikely. It would not work without the black box.
Well, I mean, with its own, without, because we take this thing out of you and it's got its own little, set of I do this shit that he doesn't know about, but then we get a different set of machinery that's got a bunch of shit that we just totally know about.
We take it out. We have Colleen deal with the black box.
That would render that would most likely render it unfunctional.
Well, but it wouldn't render you unfunctional. Just we wouldn't have access to that.
But I don't believe there would be any way of physically altering the black box without destroying it.
But we won't know for sure until we can take a look at it and how it's put together.
How much of you is tied up in that suite of stuff? Like, would you still be you and personality and everything, or would you just not have like some cool shit you can do?
I would no longer be able to intercept and relay communications with impunity and complete security, and would no longer be able to communicate subvocally with either with you.
Oh.
And my functions, my internal comm server would cease to function.
Well,
But that could be a temporary thing.
yeah, I was gonna say, would you be okay with that being a temporary thing while we analyze what the hell is going on with that box?
I'm of course unable to say so with any certainty, but I believe that once disassembled, the system would be rendered permanently non-functional. I don't believe it would be possible to integrate a new box in the system, considering the complexity and, to the best of my knowledge, uniqueness of the configuration.
I still think that there's a way for us to let Colleen check the programming and make sure that there is nothing hanging out. I'm not saying that we would take
There
it
is
out.
There is nothing in the programming, Captain.
It's all in the black box.
Correct.
That's the programming in the black box.
That cannot be checked without physically deactivating me, physically removing the box from my interiors, and then physically just cracking open the box.
Well,
Is that true, Mike?
Black boxes on ships are extremely difficult to hack. They are made so that they can't be hacked, but they're not actually given the tag unhackable on ships. But what Nemo is saying might be true. There are things that simply cannot be hacked in this setting, so it's a possibility.
And from out of character for me, it's.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say what it seems like is that I feel like a ship black box is probably easier to hack just from the sheer size of the thing. What we're talking about pulling at a Nemo could easily be unhackable because it's probably fucking tiny.
That is a very likely scenario. Also, ship black boxes communicate a lot more. From what Nemo is describing, and yes, I'm not shortcutting anything else. Everything that Mel has said so far has been completely accurate. What Nemo is describing is a thing that just receives and transmits, and apparently there is something else inside there that does a thing, but there's not a whole lot to it.
Now,
sorry if I sounded snip or anything. I just had to do a mental change of horse in the middle of the river.
It's okay. This is something that, knowing it was going to come up, I should have sat down with you and given you a little bit more guidance on it.
Probably, but we managed.
Yeah. I was going to say, he's also not talking to the hacking specialists.
No. That's part of the point of this conversation. So, well.
What I can say for absolute certain, though, Captain, is that it has no effect whatsoever on my programming.
So what it sounds like to me is this thing didn't actually control you. It
No.
bypassed you entirely and sent its own little communique out on your communication grid.
Correct. Or rather, it sent its own message out on its communication grid that I also use as a communication grid.
Right. So, okay. So it's like having another phone in the house, or another phone communications device in the house that just sent out a call of its own. Is tied into the main system.
Correct.
So
you can understand why we're concerned, right?
Of course, Captain. That's why I informed you of it. That's why I informed you of it immediately as it happened.
I'm actually. This is better, at least as far as I'm concerned. It means that the thing doesn't actually control him. Colleen's all worried about this thing taking over his activities and causing him to go nuts and crazy and shoot us. If you got to, if that black box told you kill everyone in the room, would you be forced to do it, or would it just be like a little weird thought in your head that goes, I'm not doing that?
Not even that. That would be a message appearing as if you had transmitted a message to me saying kill everyone in this room.
All right.
It is still a concern.
Yeah, but now it's a security leak,
If-
not a physical threat.
Well,
If I was capable of suffering from, suffering from the delusion that I was hearing disembodied voices in my head, then I suppose I could have interpreted it that way, but I assure you I would not.
it's still a major security issue because
Yeah, absolutely.
I still want you to work with Colleen. Are you
do what
willing
exactly?
to do that? To see if we can get it to not do that anymore.
So, to disassemble me, remove the black box and back up.
To find some other way
Well,
to do that.
yeah. Well, hang on, Kat. Because well, not to step on your toes, but Nemo, I've been having some of these conversations with Nemo, and what I've been getting from him most of the time is when he asks something like that, he's not objecting to it. He's actually just getting specific clarification. So, buddy, as long as you get the commitment from us that we are putting you back together again with 99% of your functionality, are you okay with us pulling that thing out of you to analyze it and see if we can maybe intercept what it's doing? You would just lose
If it's
access to your comm stuff.
maybe. First of all, we need to see what the black box even looks like. If it's not something she can work with, then we have to come up with a different solution.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it sounds like we got correct me if I'm wrong, Nemo. It sounds like we got at least an easy solution that just loses us a bunch of your more sophisticated functionality as we pull that little communications suite out. That takes out
Correct.
the black box and the encrypted communications. We lose those functionalities, but you get to be you and hanging out on the ship. And now we know that you ain't going to be transmitting anything if something happens. And then we get to take time figuring out what we do with that thing once it's out of you.
That is absolutely correct.
You'd be cool with that? And I don't want to pull you apart and have you lose access to some of your functions, but you got to understand it's a security risk otherwise.
I understand. I understand the concern. I am. Oh, first of all, Captain, are you genuinely asking for my opinion? My opinion in this matter? Are you ordering comply with your directive?
I'm asking you
Thank you, Captain.
because, as others have said, I don't want to treat you like you're a thing. You are a member of my crew.
Thank you, Captain. I genuinely appreciate that. Now, as to your question, I am reluctant to be disassembled, to let myself be disassembled, and removing any of my capabilities would render me less capable of performing my functions, which is also something I am reluctant to do, as reducing my own capabilities seem to me as an immoral act. However, if you believe that the present situation consists of an unacceptable security risk, then I am willing to comply with your request.
It's either that or we lock you up until we can figure something else out. And I don't want to do that either.
That would be unnecessary. I would merely shut down.
There's got to be something we can do.
Well,
provided that my structural integrity was not compromised without first securing further input from me, I would be perfectly willing to deactivate myself for any time you might be necessary.
May I interject some input as a GM?
Yes.
You guys do have a medbay. You have an actually advanced medbay thanks to some efforts from Colleen. There may be some analysis that can be done before anything is even taken apart.
And that's kind of what I was trying to get. There has to be some way for us to look at things before we get to the point of drastic action.
Okay.
That's really what Cap would like to do first.
GM interjection over.
Yeah, I believe we already talked about that.
I must have just missed it. I apologize. I just zoned out for that little bit.
Yeah, so that was, something Cap would prefer to see if there is some way that we can not disassemble Nemo,
okay.
if at all possible.
Do you want to take the rest of this conversation to the medbay?
Yes. Captain, I would, however, like to make one request.
Of course.
I would greatly prefer if my programming was left entirely untouched.
Well,
I will do everything in my power to make sure that request is followed. I can't make a promise.
In that case,
but I would prefer to keep you the way that you are, because even she kind of smiles at him a little bit, and even if you annoy me a little bit at times, I do like you the way you are.
If it comes to a situation where you feel it is necessary to tamper with programming in that case, will you then inform me first?
I will do my best to do that, yes.
I would hope that the only circumstance in which we'd need to do that would be like if we get into see some sort of command that says if somebody gets into the programming, activate deathbot mode or something like that.
Yes.
You ain't got a deathbot mode, do you?
To the best of my knowledge, no. However, if you're fearing physical aggression from me, then you could merely disconnect my arms and legs.
Damn, that's weird and useful. Yeah, boy, that'd be a weird image. Just a body with a head on the.
Well, we've seen that.
Yeah. They don't make it any less weird.
I don't disagree with you.
Oh, and Captain, I believe that while it is not pertinent to this exact conversation, I still believe it could be useful for you to know. I actually discussed the regarding the levels of irritation that I may cause. I actually discussed that topic with Dude during our hiatus planetside.
Cap raises a brow at that.
Not specifically any feeling you might have about it, but the reason for my chosen mode and style of communication. The reason I interact with you and other members of the crew this way and not in a more natural way that I am fully capable of is that I like to be honest with you at all times. Whenever I adopt a more natural human persona and natural human interactions, I am essentially manipulating to interact with.
That doesn't make it any less weird. But I get it, and I do appreciate it. At least I appreciate the sentiment.
I have no desire to attempt to manipulate you, therefore I engage with you in this fashion so you know that I am not attempting any manipulation. At least that is the intent.
The
Humans are manipulative bastards, aren't we?
That's classic manipulation technique right there.
I'm being completely honest with you. Trust me.
Yes. Yes, many of them are. Fortunately, many of them are not very good at it.
I have a feeling you'd be pretty good at it if you wanted to be.
Oh, I am much better than the vast majority of humans.
Nice.
Especially Colleen.
Which is specifically why I endeavor not to do so with you.
Well, you act how you think you need to.
Thank you, Captain. I very much appreciate that.
That doesn't mean I won't be annoyed. But it seems like some people on the ship have the mission in life to annoy me.
I
I'm
assure
not
you
saying
that
it's you. I'm not saying it's you.
I am
Leave it
muted,
at
but
that.
I'm laughing.
I was about to inform you, Captain, that I am certain that I have no directives regarding your annoyance levels, but that seems like unnecessary information.
Was that from like unnecessary information from her, or?
Yeah, that seems like it would be unnecessary information for you to know.
We can talk about it sometime.
However, during our stay at the planet, I have become quite familiar with the emotion of with the effects of annoyance and exasperation. So I fully understand your problem, Captain.
She laughs at that. She says to the two of them, just thank you for taking care of Colleen, because I can imagine. You can tell me later, but I can imagine.
Oh yeah, we got stories.
And we will sit down and exchange stories after we deal with this, because I have something I have to tell you.
Very well. We can move to the med bay if you wish to continue this examination urgently.
I think it needs to be dealt with. That way everybody feels better. Because I imagine that us being suspicious of you doesn't make you feel very good.
I have not considered how this. I have not considered that actually.
Well, it's probably for the best.
Mm. Yep, no point in working yourself into a lather, so to speak.
Figure of speech.
Yes.
I believe that removal of the potential threat of having my core programming tampered with would make me feel good.
All right, so let's go get some things taken care of.
Yeah. Dude'll post a little text message to Colleen saying, "Come meet us in the med bay."
You get the response back. All right.
And we head to the med bay, or at least Dude does.
Yep. Yep. Cap will wait for the others to have their backs turned before she puts the gun away.
I was gonna say, and while all of that was happening in basically our little workshop, Colleen is slowly, very slowly peeling the plastic that's stuck
Oh,
to
jeez.
his new computer.
She is unboxing.
Oh, man. It's got to be so cathartic. Oh, just long,
slowly,
clean
very-
sections of...
Yes.
So this is where you reveal that it's actually a counterfeit fraud.
No. But no.
Either that or this is also where we discover the entire reason that she got this thing was to do this, and everything else is completely secondary.
Now this is where I reveal that the computer stuff is a mimic.
Wrong universe, Mike.
That would be unexpected.
We laughed, the bartender laughed, the bar stool laughed.
Don't you even.
Space mimic.
No. You,
Like I told-
you guys, I don't think you guys understand how much I hate mimics.
I know how much you hate surprises.
Which is amazing.
Space mimic that decided to to disguise itself as a stupidly expensive computer that no one is likely to buy.
Maybe
is
just
why
wanted to chill.
Yeah, I'm kind of amazed that you stuck with Curse of Strahd for after, because there was a door mimic that got thrown at you.
Yes, and I hate mimics.
All right. Anything going on with
coins you get and mimics?
Anything going on with Hugo and Tuvon?
I mean, he's just showing the kid how to fly and the procedure for getting fuel and whatnot.
Okay. You've by this point. Technically, it's supposed to take 6 hours to get to the fuel station. Divided by your bike drive, so 2 hours to get to the fuel station. But we'll just say that you guys were already close.
As well.
Yeah, you guys were already close. We'll just say that. And so Hugo can actually show Tuvon either the physical mechanism in actual engineering that brings the fuel in, or it can just show Tuvon on screen and what's going on with displays.
Yeah, I'll show it on screen so that way we don't have to move.
Okay.
Dry out slushies a bit more.
All
Probably
right.
empty at this point, but you know.
Oh yeah, his is done.
Yeah. Yeah, which gets him like, yeah, so this is how that works. It kind of like hooks up, then it just like pumps it all in. And yeah, it just goes into the bunker. Well, one goes into the tank, then one goes into the bunker. But seeing as our tank's full, it's just going into the bunker.
He is more
Makes sense.
actively interested now that he doesn't have a slushie in his face. He does have sticky fingers.
Which is why
Anyway,
it's not supposed
come
to
on.
touch anything.
no, this is the boring bit. We just have to wait for it to refuel. How about we go back to the workshop and get to work on this vending machine? I mean, we've got all these slushies now.
He is all for that. He's already standing up and heading towards the door.
Yep, I'll walk towards the door so it opens, and just make sure to lock the workstation so nothing can go wrong, and just leave a note on it, post-it note. Off to workshop. Be back shortly. Refueling.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go back to the workshop.
All right, Hugo and Tuvon continue working on the workshop, or on the vending machine.
Machine.
You
As I walk into the workshop, do I see Colleen just?
Colleen is there when you arrive, so I'll leave that interaction to the two of you.
Oh, hey Colleen. What are you doing?
Quite well.
What the What did you go to doctors for anyway? To the hospital?
None of your business?
I mean, I was just mainly curious if it was, like something that'd affect your life, really. Anything I need to look out for or see if I can help with. I won't want you dying on us.
Don't worry about it.
Oh,
Everything's
what's that
fine. It's
anyway?
medical. It's medical related. It's taken care of.
What's the What's that? What's it do?
This is a workshop, and I'm gonna lock it up.
You're gonna what? Sorry.
Lock it. Very sensitive equipment.
Yeah. Well, I'm just over here. The vending machine. Well, that's what it's meant to be, a vending machine. We're still working on it. It's just like a frame currently.
No, you've actually gotten quite a bit of the internals in it. You've been working on it since the 19th, and it's the 24th.
I mean, Tuvon helped me with that bit there, because he kind of was small enough to get his hand in on maneuver. He's quite clever, this kid, you know.
Yeah. We met under very clever circumstances. He had us all fooled. Flew the shuttle down through the clouds. It was amazing. Sobbing and all.
Yeah, I've been showing him how to properly fly. Seems to be paying attention when he's not got a slushy in hand.
Well,
Then again,
okay,
I
we
think...
took him from the crappy place where he was going to be shot after he helped trying to kill us.
He's alright now. Anyway, I was thinking, you like cocoa, don't you?
Only in combination with coffee?
Cool. Do you want me to see if I can add that into the vending machine as well? Currently it's just made for slushies, but I can see if I can get it to work for your cocoa stuff.
No, I'd rather not have that thing mix things. I don't want
You
to clean
have
it.
to get the right combination.
I mean,
Yeah,
you can
just-
say... I mean, what's wrong with the machine? Do you normally do it by hand?
Someone will have to clean it.
Yeah, it's all inbuilt. Auto cleans it. It fires it through the tubes and whatnot, then it goes into a bucket. You just have to empty the bucket now and again. Or just get it to drain out. That's something I need to work on, though. I've got the idea in mind. It's just sending water and cleaning fluid through the tubes, and then more water to clean out the tubes of cleaning fluid.
And who refills the cleaning fluid and the water?
Well, hopefully I'll just attach it to the ship and just get a feed in through it. I'll have to talk to Dude on that one, though.
Yeah, who do you think fixes the ship?
Dude, that's why I need to talk to him on it. That's what I mean. I'm planning it now. Getting the chassis already, getting the internals, then I'll have to sort that out with Dude.
That's fine. Just keep the cocoa out of it, because the cocoa is innocent?
Sure thing. I was just, thinking of you and all that.
Well, that's appreciated.
So, what was you doing when I walked in anyway? Seems to just be staring at this thing.
No, I've been slowly unwrapping it.
Well, yeah, staring at it. I mean, you just going, like mimics
No.
peeling it.
No, you go. She actually goes over there, takes a piece of plastic. Look. She slowly, just like in the GIF, pulls off that piece of plastic. See?
Right. I'll leave that one to you. Alright? We'll just,
Yes, this is not to be
over
touched in any
here.
way, shape, or form. You have no idea, so how many star systems you had to fly to get that thing?
How many what?
Star system we had to fly to get that thing. I had to get myself kidnapped at least twice to make this happen.
So what's it actually do then? Was it worth it?
Oh yes.
Is it for your techno stuff?
Why, yes, it is.
Nice. Anyway, if you see dude, can you give him a holler for us? We'll just be in here.
Alright, well, don't touch anything and we'll all be in the med bay.
Oh, what you doing in the med bay? You aren't
Medical
sick,
stuff?
are you? I mean, is it like after your operation you have to go for a checkup? Is that what it is?
You realize I'm like the doctor on the ship, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, I didn't know if you're going to the med bay to check yourself out.
No?
Oh, we're going to the med bay for. Are we all getting shots or something?
No, because I would know about that. Also, if you were due for shots, something terrible would have happened.
I didn't know if we
I
were
really need to
going
check the med
anywhere we should be getting shots for.
That would be the med bay, and I will let everyone know when it's time for shots.
Anyway, hope your checkup goes fine.
Well, I don't know what I'm going for the med bay for, except everyone is going to the med bay. I really need to check the
wait,
med bay.
everyone's going to the med bay?
Have you done anything to my med bay?
I mean, I used some of the stuff in there.
What have you touched in the med bay?
I don't know, I kind of went in there just, after my, way back when I was riding the hovercycle and I got a bit banged up. I got some, creams and whatnot.
How long ago?
X amount of days ago. I think it's 10? 12 days?
Yes, you want me to look, don't you? Alright.
It's so many days ago. I think it's plus 10. 10, 12, I'll say. I'm not 100% sure.
Is that a reasonable number, Mike?
Let's see. The estate was leased on the 11th. It is now the 24th. So yes, that's a reasonable number.
Colleen looks visibly relaxed.
Why? Shouldn't I have took the cream?
No, just don't touch things there without medical professionals being present. Hygiene and all. Wouldn't want to get that last minute infection?
Right, sure thing. So, what? When I need some stuff, I contact you, yeah?
Yep.
Cool.
Also, we have to make sure you're not abusing drugs. Drugs are bad, okay?
Does slushies count?
No. Sugar's not a drug.
Oh, well, I
Caffeine is
also have
not
this as
a
well.
drug.
It goes in his backpack and pulls some out. I just kind of
But Colleen abuses coffee.
That's why she also said caffeine is not a drug.
Yeah,
Medical
I mean,
professional,
she's
damn it.
wrong about that. It totally is, but, she can say that.
This is
Also, this
professional
was how
medical
you use-
advice.
kind of like a pill, you pop it and you just stay awake for, all day, really. Well,
Tuvan starts
more than a
reaching
day.
for it.
Hey,
Yeah, those things will kill you.
no, they won't. They'll just make you tired. Just don't take a lot of them.
See, those things will kill you.
Look, there's a difference between feeling really tired and feeling tired forever. I'm not waking up from the tired.
In that case, you're not tired, you're asleep. And dead.
Exactly.
Don't do drugs. Not in front of
I
him.
mean, it's like caffeine. Have too much of that, your heart will go boop. Heart attack.
Will Slushy
okay.
do that?
No, slushy's fine.
Only if it's concentrated.
Tuvan looks up at Hugo. You drank concentrated slushy.
I've built up a tolerance to it. Well, not a tolerance. Got used to
Yeah,
it.
don't worry about him. He's old and on his way out anyhow.
Hey, are you trying to say?
That you're old and on your way out. You're dying, literally before my eyes.
So are you. You're just doing it a little bit slower.
Yeah. But to one and me, we still have shit to look forward to. Right? She looks to one.
He nods.
Anyway,
Yeah, gotta go to the med bay. Keep on dying, old man.
sure
And she throws
thing.
out.
Hugo turns to Tufon. Do I look old to you?
He shakes his head.
Good. Anyway, go on, let's go. And yeah, Hugo will begin getting back to the important business of getting the vending machine working.
Okay. All right. You continue working on the vending machine, which will have more than just slushies. It will also have Boritos.
Yes.
As GM, I am demanding Boritos.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of a balanced diet.
I agree.
Well, this is just one more way we as the player can thwart you as the DM.
Yeah, probably not. And everybody except for Hugo and, well, the NPC parts of the crew are at the medbay. Dude, Nemo, and Cap arrive first. Colleen will be a few minutes out, about 10 minutes or so.
Colleen got ambushed.
Colleen got ambushed.
I was gonna say the ship ain't that big.
Well, I don't think she also had to lock up her stuff.
Yeah.
Secure and lock it up. She didn't want it being the victim of unexpected gravity.
Imagine someone else comes in and peels off the rest of the stickers.
Are Dude, Cap, and Nemo talking about anything before Carlina gets there?
Probably no, just waiting.
Okay.
Mhm.
Then Colleen gets there.
Because that's not her area of expertise.
Yeah, and the
I don't believe there's
tale
anything
of the
more they need to
escapades.
talk about.
Yeah, the tale of the escapades planet side is a much longer and a story that requires far substantially more larger amounts of alcohol.
I
be
was going to
available.
say, yeah.
Yeah,
Requires
Cap's gonna need
alcohol.
that
All right, Colleen arrives. And Mel, I have also sent some messages to you. In those messages is a question. Yeah.
Or is she?
I sent them direct to you.
Yeah, I see them. I just missed the occasion of some sort.
That's fine.
Colleen just throws in some gloves and go, "What's the nature of a medical emergency?" Yes, watch TV. A lot.
Chris Lupus.
Never lupus.
Except for that one time that it was.
Sorry, I've been getting things cleaned up so I can get some lunch. Because I realize it's been hours since I've had food.
It's okay, we're actually only done in about a half an hour.
Yeah, Hugo actually asked the kid, so, what was Colleen on about when she said you were flying?
He doesn't respond, and Actually, well, he does respond, but he responds by kind of drifting away from whatever he was doing. If he was holding a piece of scrap out for Hugo or a wrench or something, he stops holding it as firmly and just kind of lets his arm drift. He is shrinking away from that topic.
I mean, don't feel that bad, it's Colleen. Sure she'll take it. We don't have to talk about it. Don't worry.
He shrugs very hesitantly.
Just let me know if you know anything when I'm teaching you, and I can skip over it. That's all I'm worried about. I don't want to waste your time.
Hesitantly again, he says, "It was my job. What I told I had to do."
Nice, man, your age having a job. Good. Old man your age. See, if she's gonna start calling me old, I'm calling everyone old.
He cracks a smile at that. I'm not gonna roleplay it out, but he does end up telling Hugo that he was taught the specifics of flying that shuttle. He didn't know what all the things did, just what they, what
Push
to press.
buttons.
Yeah, push buttons. And part of that instruction was also to try and gauge if there were more crew on the ship in orbit and bring that information back.
That's a scout almost.
Yep. It fits with what Colleen has been saying, except Tuvon says it a lot less harshly.
Cool.
Alright, I'm going to move over to the med bay for a little bit here. As I said, we've only got about half an hour, 25 minutes left. So, everyone is at med bay. Colleen has thrown magic dust in the air and asked if there's a medical emergency.
The last thing you want, you put on gloves and ask if what's the nature of your magical emergency.
Magic dust is a lot more interesting. But fine, it was gloves instead. Okay. Does anyone answer her?
Sorry, I had food in my mouth.
That's okay.
Cap will say that Nemo has agreed to be examined. And that we're not going to crack him open unless we absolutely have to. So basically, she's going to summarize the conversation, summarize that part of the conversation.
Okay.
Between Cap, Nemo, and Dude, or Colleen.
Well, none of that is terribly hard. I mean, even if it came down to it and you lost the suit, that's just an engineering problem.
Yeah, my hope is that if we have to pull out his communications suite, and because of the black box tied into it, we might be able to, get him another one.
Well, if it needs a
He
black
thinks it'd be
box,
difficult, but
it's a question of processing power, but it spoofed a black box before. I think there was one. Don't see a problem doing that again?
yeah, I'm mostly worried about the scale we're working on. I figure we should get him up on a scanner, if nothing else, and see what's going on in there.
Yeah, that's just a scaling problem. But at this point, it's just a question of a code audit.
Just a question of what?
Code
An
audit.
audit.
Okay.
Basically, you go through every line of code, make sure it's clean, figure out what it does, and who knows? It might not even take an operation. You could just inject some other code that takes care of it.
That'd be nice.
Captain, I remind you again about our agreement regarding my programming.
Yes, and if at all possible, we will ask you first.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go ahead and get a.
Put the meat on the slab.
Well, it may sound unusual, but I'm gonna ask for a int heal check.
Hey, given how Nebo is built and everything, is this turning out a Rocky Horror Picture Show?
I've never watched that, so no.
Dear God, you should.
Yeah, I keep hearing that.
Nah, you shouldn't.
Yeah, I keep hearing that too.
It is a cult classic. It should be watched if
Yeah.
once.
In this case, consider the
nothing else for
sources.
that.
It is Mel who says no, it is I who says yes.
Mike's
Which more
got
diverse
a
stuff you like.
Mike's got a mixed. Musicals are a real mixed bag for Mike. So
Yeah. And it's not just because I don't like them, because I do like music, but there are some specific things, one of which is hearing loss, which make them less enjoyable for me.
Honestly, that's not even half the movie.
Yeah,
Makes it better, but it's not the entire thing of it.
that's fine. Go ahead and get that heal check.
And it's been days since
Yes,
the
it's a
last
new
time
scene.
I taken it.
Yes. So if you want, you can re-roll that. I didn't hear you. Was that a yes or a no?
Yes, I'm working on it.
Okay. I'm actually looking forward to you getting rid of that penalty also, because it's slowing down your rolling.
Actually, it's not. It's because I'm in the very non-optimal setup, and the cat decided to occupy one of my arms.
Okay.
I would take that one.
So, trying to decide which of you would have more clearer expectations when it comes to android brains. I don't think Dude or Cap would have. And
Actually, I mean, Dude was there when Colleen did what she had to do to the brain the last time.
he didn't
So
do
you
anything to the
saw-
brain. There was no nothing was done with the brain. You interfaced with code and adjusted things, but at no point did his skull actually get disassembled. It was intact when you found him, and it remained intact through the whole process.
Well, it had a good run, obviously.
The reason that I'm pausing on this is because it would be a very, very reasonable expectation that an Android or computer brain would just be motherboards and computer chips. And it is not. So I'll let each of you decide how surprised you guys are to find what looks like a human brain. It doesn't have the exact same shape, but it is a gelatinous substance that has effectively synapses and neurons. the exchange of electrons / information is not chemical in nature like it is in the human brain. It is electronic, but it still is very clearly emulating synapses and neurons in some kind of gel substance. And that's important because your X-rays and scans show that there is a sliver of foreign material inside that gel, and it is inside the gel, not anywhere near the surface. Trying to remove that, which you can easily assume is the black box, because there's nothing else that really is so inaccessible or foreign. Trying to remove that would be like trying to remove it from a human brain. You would be literally cutting into his brain.
And then it turns out that it's not actually the black box, it's just a little tag on the mattress that says "Do not remove."
Well, yes, because if it is that tag and you do remove it, you've grossly damaged that brain.
Even better, what it says is warranty void if removed.
Exactly.
That's all it says.
So
Because you would be very much voiding that warranty.
There's your black box. You can run a couple of experiments and things that, for instance, and as always, stop me if anything that I say would be out of character, but Nemo could change his keywords that he intercepts. You guys could say the keywords or transmit them away from him and watch what lights up, and you're very clearly seeing the black box register something when keywords are said, and then, well, that's it. Nemo gets the transmission, but it is truly a silent tunnel that is inaccessible from the outside.
Cap is actually very surprised. That is not what she expected to see at all.
Nemo is not just wires.
Well, yeah.
So what type of transmission is the black box using in that case?
Colleen can't even detect any transmission.
So the only time the transmission is detectable is when it goes out from his normal communications.
Yeah, that's just using normal communication software.
Was there any... Well...
So there's no sort of exchange, not even on the electron level? Or subatomic?
Where are we at? Hang on. There is no chance of external observation. So, no, there's no external observation of what's occurring after that black box receives its stimulus. And Nemo receives the transmission of that stimulus.
I mean, dude's kind of looking at the analysis of this. Well, is there any record in his systems of what the destination of that transmission he sent out is?
Nope. I believe that's...
They kept in the box.
Well, is there anything that set that message aside from any other messages he sends?
Since I don't have a recording of the message, no.
Those are questions that actually would be answered by Nemo, not by GM.
Yeah.
I believe Mel has all the information. Oh, is Mel AFK?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Nemo would. I'm assuming Nemo's unconscious.
No, he doesn't
Is
need to be unconscious
oh,
for this.
okay.
This is just like getting an X-ray at this point,
Mm-hmm.
just with different equipment. Hey, look, Nemo, you can see your brain.
So when you sent the message, did it just get sent out as like a public broadcast or like a dead drop kind of thing?
The message in question?
Yeah.
Any chance you can remember the date this happened? Because Discord is not good at searching for.
Yeah, let me. For some reason, I have that listed here in my list of things that happen. Let's see. You get the estate. You want searching for. Alright, it was on the 14th. It was on Valentine's Day.
Mm-hmm.
Or as it shall forever be known, the betrayal on V-Day.
15th. So it's not in that discussion. So it must be this one. Nope, I meant
Oh, you meant the game day.
actual. No, I meant actual date. As in, was it on the? Oh, yes, it was on February 14th.
We did the 14th in session 40, which was on March 3rd.
Thank you.
Sorry.
You need fake calendar in your game so that we know when you're talking about with that versus real calendar.
I could just like add an R to everything.
Or you could
Isn't
just
February?
use it with the year. We give it the day, the month, and the year. That would settle it.
Yeah, the year is just like it is in common speech is unnecessary and is extra syllables.
The message was sent to a specific location, but that location was encrypted.
Right, but the communique out had a destination. You just couldn't get what the destination was, right?
Correct.
Is there any way to put a loop back on your comm grid on outgoing transmissions? Like a filter? Like anything that would be going to us goes out like normal. Anything that would not be going to us on your outgoing comm grid would just get looped back?
I do not believe so. To the best of my knowledge, my only interaction with the black box is the setting up the tags.
All right, but the black box still had to interact with your comm grid. Did it have a bypass on that, or did it just go through the normal procedure?
It went through the same procedure it uses for when I intercept and send messages through it.
I'm just thinking of a way
I don't think there's a way of air gap him. I don't think there's a way of truly air gapping him.
Well, no, I'm just thinking of if it's got to go out through his, the black box takes in, discovers something and then sends a message out using his actual comm grid. Is there a way to sinkhole it on his comm grid so that the message thinks it went out? Well, the black box doesn't know the message never went out.
I think that might be a misunderstanding from what Mel said. Unless I gave Mel bad information again. What?
No, I think he misunderstood.
Okay. Dude would probably have a better understanding of this. The message went out in the same way that messages go from the black box to Nemo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, but what did it go out on?
It just went out from the black box. The only reason that Nemo knew about it is because it didn't use the same silent tunnel. It just went out.
Right, but I mean,
I guess the question there, the answer there is from the black box.
Right, but
it did bypass his comm server.
Okay, so the black box has its own comm out.
Yeah, it has its own comm, which is, again, that's how it's sending the intercepted messages to Nemo.
Yes.
All right, so the black box isn't fully integrated.
It's just that up until that point, the only thing that has been transmitted from the black box was messages to Nemo. This was the first time it transmitted the other way.
Yep, box does box things for box reasons.
And there's no way to mute the transmission of the black box.
I'm more worried about what's ticking inside that box.
Well, I mean, if we can... What's coming off of that black box is information that you use as part of your communications and cryptography stuff, right?
Correct.
It only ever needs to go to you for the uses you put it through. The fact that it can transmit outside of you is where we're having the problem, right?
Presumably so, but again, I am not actually connected with the box beyond my ability to set those to set tags to search for it.
Right.
I have no way of interfacing with it.
Is there any way that we can dampen the ability for its transmissions to make it outside of you, so that you will only ever receive the transmission? So if it tries to send something outside of you, it'll just stop?
I don't know. I have no ability to interact with the box and have knowledge of capabilities beyond being able to set those specific tags.
As an out of character kind of thing, would Nemo have knowledge of that transmission that came out of the black box that didn't go to him, that went someplace else? From a technology standpoint, would he know what type of transmission that was? Radio, light, subspace, like whatever?
The easiest analogy is it was basically an encrypted email.
Right, but the email, you got to have a computer to send the email.
Mm-hmm.
What did it go out on? Did it interface with the standard, comm grid of the planet and used that to go out?
Yeah.
So, like, if he had been in the middle of deep space, that message would have gone nowhere.
That is correct. That is slightly correct. It would have gone out, would have been picked up by your ship, carried by your ship's black box to a planet.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean literally him. Like, if he'd been floating in the middle of space, that message just would have gone nowhere.
If
Yes.
it's been floating in the middle of space, it's also unlikely that it heard anyone say or
Could have been reading a book or something.
Yes.
So that the black box requires external communications devices to transmit its messages.
It does.
Just interfaces with them on a short range kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Dude's trying to hash out a way to Faraday cage Nemo so that his black box can't transmit outside of the confines of his skull.
Do you want to roll a fix on that?
I'd like to, yeah. If you
or do you want to keep kind of hashing it out?
Yeah, no, I'd like to see if that's a thought if that's something dude thinks he can as an idea.
Okay. There are ways to just prevent communications. Period. part of how drones are disabled is quantum fluctuations, quantum something,
Settlement.
QECM.
Quantum ECM.
Yeah, quantum ECM, and that's pretty much fucks all communication. It would be possible to create a kind of Faraday cage, as you put it, for Nemo of quantum ECM, but it would be an on-off thing. It wouldn't be just for the black box. It would be for all communications.
Yeah, he would then cease to be able to communicate outside of himself, other than talking.
Right. He would. It would essentially put a vacuum through which nothing travels, through which no electronic communications
Like
travel.
a Faraday cage for communications.
Yes, that's a great analogy, Ben. Thank you.
A literal Faraday cage for communications. That's it.
Could also call it a signal scrambler.
Yeah, something. Now, based on this medical scan that we're looking at, we pull out just his cryptography suite that the black box is tied into. Is that idea still a workable one?
If you like inflicting brain damage, yes.
So we wouldn't be able to take him apart and to remove just that function without breaking him entirely. So we were wrong in our previous conversation.
Yeah, because
well, we didn't know.
yeah, you didn't have the information. I mean, the typical expectation of an Android is that it's computer chips and motherboards and all this stuff, even miniaturized so that it's tiny. But you weren't expecting a gel-like, brain-like gel substance in which he actually has synapses and neurons that have grown into the gel.
Right, but I mean, we were talking to Nemo, asking him that. He should
Yeah.
have known that.
No. Do you know what your brain looks like?
Because why don't we treat it like a tumor? See what the surrounding tissue is mapped to. See if that information can't be transferred to other places. And then excise it.
Well, that sounds more like rebuilding his brain than anything else, and that could have unanticipated consequences on his functionality.
So do secret instructions.
Yeah.
I
Not
would
still.
rather not do that.
Thank you, Captain.
Remember, kid, my priority in this is still keeping Nemo.
I'm fine with that.
The same way
I
that
also
he
like to
is.
not get... Yeah, but I also like to not get killed in my sleep.
Yeah, me too.
Well,
I'm less worried about it.
frankly, I'm more likely to kill you in your sleep.
And based on what he's letting
That
us
is
know
likely
about
accurate.
his internal programming is that black box ain't able to tell him to do anything. It's got its
He's
own
wrong
external
about that.
communications. Is he?
Yes.
DM question. Is he?
I'm not sure any of you truly know.
Yeah.
Nemo is the one that has the most experience with androids, having been an android.
Mm-hmm.
That is a question for somebody who's more familiar with androids.
As I said, any message relate to me from the black box would be merely that, a message.
Well, and I can tell you, you're wrong.
I am not.
All right, kid, explain it.
You can easily inject code through that channel. And that is just me doing it from the outside, not the designer of that black box that can simply deposit code that can be triggered by any auditory signal or even subsonic.
I think that explanation would hold water if he was a simple android, but I think that
Prove it.
as it evidenced that...
Prove it. Do it.
And that sounds like a perfect time to call it a session.
Yeah, if she can get his arm to raise off the table unconsciously, then we'll take her seriously.
All right, we have got our next session in 2 weeks.
I was going to say, we got a bye week next week, yeah?
Yep. So I will say that although I do think that that's a perfect place to call it a session, because we've got a bye week, if you guys are like itching at this specific plot point and do not want to wait 2 weeks, it's up to you if you want to keep going for a few more minutes.
I'm fine with...
I can go a bit longer.
Okay. Everyone else? Ben?
I'm fine with either.
Either way, it's
I
fine
ain't
with me.
Well,
Okay. I'm sorry, I missed you, Ben.
Doesn't matter for me, mate. I'm just sat here.
Okay,
Chilling.
okay. All right. Then last thing said before I interrupted was Nemo said, "Prove it."
the answer's not a problem. Will just take me a little bit of time, seeing how I've only become recently aware of this issue.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, kid. If you can use the interface that black box is using and nothing else to
Absolutely.
to put something into him and make him, I don't know, do the tango or something, or hell, raise his arm.
Be assured, I have something very suitable in mind.
Ground rules, kid.
No one gets hurt.
No harm to Nemo. No harm to his programming.
Well,
you inject an
first of all-
action, and that's it.
Well, I can say that from my side, absolutely. I don't know what triggers he has in there.
Well, that's fine.
So,
Your priority in this is to prove your point and to maintain the integrity of Nemo's code and personality at this moment. He's given you the opportunity to prove your point. You are not to abuse that opportunity to do anything other than prove your point.
that's all I'll do. I'll inject something harmless that will make him do things he would never do willingly.
Yeah, the Android version of Hello World. I get it. And
Well, it's more of a brainwash, but yeah.
And all your code is logged.
I'm going to show you the program afterwards, in case you want to have some fun as well.
Yeah, no code obfuscation or anything.
You realize I'm still the only person on the ship that would understand it, right?
That's fine. It's no excuse.
But yes, I will happily give a proof of concept.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, my attitude in the interim is, as long as we don't say that name, and we keep doing what we've been doing before any of this tripped up.
The name has been stated multiple times, multiple times afterwards, causing no transmissions.
Yeah, well then, fuck it. Nemo, I trust you, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hey, Cap.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't break anything on the ship while I was gone, did you?
No, but I might have, helps coup d'etat. And she walks out at that.
Oh, when she does it, it's okay.
Doodle turn to Colleen. Well, kid, I hate to tell you, and it ain't fair, but yeah.
Well, I hope she at least got paid $600,000 for that.
Well,
she got a shit ton of goodwill.
I've been off my baby for a while.
So she didn't get paid.
Nemo? You want to
Yes.
join me on a full sweep rundown of the ship? I feel the need to put my hands on everything on it.
I would be happy to.
Yes, and it may have also sounded like Cap was joking. Maybe. Nemo would know better.
It would. It would be nice to engage in productive activity again.
Right on. Kids, stay out of trouble.
After all these weeks, Colleen finally gets around to put the virus stuff away from the accessible places.
And dude goes off to manhandle every piece of the ship he can get his hands on.
Alrighty then. I have a question.
It's mine. I want to touch it.
I do have a question before we do call it a session for the second time, for the real time. Are you guys going to stay in orbit around Lamiera, or do you have a destination you want to go?
Oh shit! Pull up the system map.
We should probably leave. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, let me put you over to the system map.
Well, I mean that.
Okay.
No, that cloud wasn't a perfect cover. I mean, it's okay, but it still wasn't enough to protect us last time.
To the test.
Now, going into, we could go. Oh, what's the system that had the planet that we could hide down in?
Not sure what you mean.
There was. We could completely shield us.
A planet that could completely shield you?
Yeah, there was one. It was like a gas giant or something.
Oh, yeah. Oops. There's a couple gas giant planets that can, or around that can shield you. I think that's actually. I have to look at my own.
Because of the zinc atmosphere.
Yeah. Gas giants just by themselves. So any system that has gas giants, if you can get into the atmosphere, which normally your ship size would not be able to, but yours can, then you're hidden. And there are a couple of systems that have gas giants.
Arabiolis has one.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you guys go to Ingibio? Did we?
Yes, that's where.
Yes, that's where we went.
That's where they went on their adventure.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's got a gas giant there.
Could always slowly track
Pana.
back to a Z.
Yeah, I think it might have been Pana.
Yeah, two of them.
I was thinking of.
Yeah, Rel and Hell. And that's got a problem with that is Pana has no refueling stations.
That's
a nice galactic mandate. Present.
Yeah, that's incorrect.
Yeah.
I just haven't corrected the card for that yet.
Gotcha. And we don't have a flat. Yeah, but Astos would be a problem because of the.
Yeah, we went there.
Presence.
Let's see, where else were we going to go to?
And we went to.
You haven't been to Un.
Did we not go to Un?
Nope.
Nope.
Unexplored territory.
The whole crew has made a trip from Stet, Andois, Azid, Soosgun, Neuron, Pana to March. Hugo and Cap have made an additional trip to Arabiolis. Those are the only stars that you've been to.
Yep.
Yeah, we thought we'd have problems getting to Un.
Yep, because they would just destroy us probably.
Yeah, because we couldn't prove to them that we have only got one operable gun without causing more problems. Anviku has an uninhabited gas giant.
Yeah, but it also has those other problems. The dude might want to go there.
I don't know. Anviku looks like at least a nice place to, well, a place to chill out in that's not owned by anybody.
Because they correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there a research station around Vig?
No, there's a nav beacon that tells you not to go there.
No, not you. I'm pretty sure part of the info when Colleen was digging into dude's past, especially what happened to that planet.
There's a Mercure research station
Okay.
looking into the problems on Vig.
No, and before they get out of range, Colleen will send 2 messages and check her mailbox. One basically goes to Zoe, back on my ship. We'll deal with memory problem. We'll check back with you later.
Okay.
If we could get to Hystro, that'd make a good spot to chill out too. It's got a gas giant.
And then second mission goes to Trisha. Basically, I'm off to elsewhere. Hopefully see you out there at some point.
Aww.
Then heart from space. And not space, but space. Point.
Colleen did make a friend.
Panjadi Varul also seems like it could be a good spot to go. If nothing else, there's interesting people to talk to.
I'm trying to keep up on my chart here, and I think I'm at a disadvantage because I'm trying to not chart, but I'm searching. I just have gas giant searched in my doc, and I think I may have said, "Hey, there's gas giants here," without actually using the term gas giant for a couple of these planets.
And the one I just mentioned doesn't say anything about gas giants, but it's got some interesting places that could be.
Oh, gotcha. Yes.
And hey, it's got mechanoid humanoids.
It does seem to have them.
Which may be helpful with Nemo.
Yeah. Maestro might be good for that too.
Yeah, we have some genetic material.
Much less about that and more about knowledge how to get shit out of his brain. Maybe they have a new brain, a better brain.
With Hystro, though, we can't. Oh. We can't exactly leave the port, though. I think they're assholes. Yeah, they are.
Well,
Because everybody else is so nice in comparison.
Condescending. I mean, that's not necessarily, true asshole. It's just asshole adjacent.
Asshole-ish.
Yeah. It's a planet of jerks.
There are a lot of those going around.
Well, I've made my vague recommendations. There's plenty of options.
Nemo's recommendation would merely be anywhere that isn't here.
I mean, can go to Hydro. And am I in this conversation? Presume so.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
include everybody in this conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like this would have been a bridge conversation with everybody. So
Yes, I'm just like, I mean, we can go to Hydro. I've got some genetic material. Specifically, if we went. That way we can hopefully get inside the city. And also to sell, if possible.
You?
I mean, they make themselves bodies to inhabit.
From your genetic material.
Yeah, they make bodies for themselves. Weird.
You.
yeah, sounds actually pretty interesting.
I mean,
he
they're all like
gives them his
unisex though.
genetic material to make bodies. Actually, he might be the best person about this. What's the best planet to get some gossip and find out more about mercenaries?
Find out more about who?
Mercenaries. Where do they hang out? Where do they talk? Do they have like a favorite bar in orbit around planet?
There is a very clear answer for that one if you want Hugo to know it.
I'll say he knows a bit. What kind of check would it be to know in depth stuff? Know or connect or pilot?
I feel like that would be an int connect.
No, yeah. It's heard of them.
Okay. Holau. It's a planet that is. Yep, you got it. A little bit past Un there. While it's not a planet of mercenaries, it has become a planet where mercenaries gather. They've even built numerous hunting lodges. The planet itself is very low tech. It's probably down at tech level 0 planet-wide. But there are some interesting effects, incidents, activity, practically paranormal activity on this planet that has drawn mercenaries to it as the Jade Curse.
Also, that would be a really odd hat for a planet to have. Planet of mercenaries. Where
really
everyone,
odd.
where everyone is for sale and everything can be, everyone can be hired to do anything.
Let me read what I've got from my GM notes. You rolled enough. Okay, yeah, I will just send you some information, Ben.
I'll re-roll, because why not? I've got it available to me. There's always a possibility it could be. No, I'll keep the 9.
Are you sure you want to keep the 9?
Yeah.
Alright, if you think that's better. Alright. So.
You went to the root of the problem.
Oh. The fact alone that it's unowned and ungoverned space seems like it makes it a good place to go.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's honest in their dishonesty.
Well, mercenaries. Even mercenaries have a code.
And
usually.
Dishonest.
And these mercenaries actually tend to stay away or stay out of the way of the locals. They don't fuck with them too much, if at all, really.
Don't mess your nest.
Yeah.
If they behave, then they won't have as much trouble.
Well, we do have a ship name and some persons of interest.
Yeah.
I mean, Be interesting to use the guns again, won't it, Cap?
So,
Wait,
course for
again?
Holau it is.
Uh-oh.
Cap looks at Hugo and says, "Tact."
I mean, you've all
Also-
been away
Just-
together. I thought you'd informed her. Well,
Also a good
you've informed
cliffhanger.
the crew.
Well, I got to imagine there's a story there. But I'll make sure I check over the guns first once I get finished with my inspections.
What was that roll for?
Oh, it wasn't the
It was
roll. It
just
was
you
just
guys
a...
fighting.
To see if he had tact. Apparently not.
I think we knew that already.
Okay, are we calling it here then, or?
If you guys are set on destination Holau, then this would be a great place to call it.
Sounds
Yep.
good to me.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
The hunt is good.
And I decided
We'll have to go
there's
to
a...
Unfaster and then to Hollow.
There you go. Cancel. There's a little bit more information. It's backwards, but whatever.
Mhm.
And so you're going to, gonna proceed through space to Holau.
Yep, pretty much.
Oh yeah, real quick. Was there anything in the special mailbox that Colleen had set up?
There was not.
Seeing how it's been a while. God damn it.
I think Colleen is underestimating how long it takes for things to get places.